Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back. Habits of speech. Good morning to you all. Morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, the big news this morning is that a new Chief Justice has been appointed, Mrs. Zelia McCalla. First, and she's being hailed as the first woman ever to be appointed to that post. I sincerely hope that she wasn't appointed for that reason, that there are better reasons for her appointment, which, well, I hope that there are. And from what I have heard, she does have qualities which would justify her appointment, although it is being said that her experience is rather more limited than that of other persons on the bench. But we wish her the best, and in wishing her the best, we'll be wishing the best for Jamaica. And from what little I know of her, I am not expecting dicta like if I were no want, I were no I go get coming out of her mouth. We have come to the end of an era of that office, and one looks forward to something new and better. She has a formidable job on her hands. The justice system is in a bit of a mess, and it isn't going to be easy for her to do what needs to be done. But we wish her the best. The Bar Association is calling for changes in the appointment of the Chief Justice. They think that they, members of the bar, and other stakeholders should have some role in the appointment, at least that they should be consulted. Now, I wonder what it is that they think would give them, as lawyers, a greater right to some kind of participation in this process than others of us in the country would have. A judge appointed to an office is serving not just lawyers and other stakeholders. He's serving the people of Jamaica. And, the question is whether so critical an appointment should be left in the hands essentially of one person, the Prime Minister. At a time in Jamaica, well, not a time, because this has been going on for a long time. We know that we have a politics that is tribalistic and therefore corrupt. And we want to be careful. We should be wanting a method of appointing not just the Chief Justice, but all judges, which is open, or at any rate transparent, and in which the people of Jamaica, or their representatives, not just one person, on one side of the political divide, but the representatives of the people, generally, can have a role in the making of that those appointments. And at the moment, the Chief Justice is directly appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. Other judges are appointed by the Judicial Services Commission, which is essentially appointed by the Prime Minister, or on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. They have long had in the United States what seems to me a far better system. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has a lot more power in the appointment of judges and of the Chief Justice than does the President of the United States in that country. The President of the United States cannot appoint any judge. He can nominate a person to the position. But that nomination is examined by first of all, the Judicial Committee of the Senate, and this is an open process in which anybody who has any information regarding the proposed appointee can bring it to the attention of the Judicial Committee and will be heard by that committee. But what makes that significant or effective is the fact that in the United States they don't have our parliamentary system of government. What they have is what is called a separation of powers. The legislature, the president, is separately elected, and so are the members of the legislature. And one of the results of that is that you don't have, in the United States, political parties in the sense in which you have them in Jamaica. The political parties are not, the members of political parties in the United States, members of the Senate, of the House of Representatives, are independent. They're Democrats and Republicans, but it doesn't mean the same thing that it means here in Jamaica. There is no tribalism, right? And the Democratic Party in Texas might have considerable differences from the Democratic parties in New York. We don't have that tribalistic arrangement that we have here in Jamaica. And there are some of us who have for years been suggesting in this country that what we need is to go towards such a system. But there's a lot of objection to it. For one thing, the members of the party who stand for election and are elected, if their party wins the majority in Parliament, they don't become ministers of the government. Or at any rate, if they were to become ministers of the government, they would have to resign their parliamentary seats, and then there would be another election. Right? In the United States, the president is separately elected, and he chooses a cabinet. He nominates. Matter of fact, he doesn't even have the power to choose his own, to appoint his own cabinet. He can nominate members to his cabinet. It has to be, those nominations have to be approved by the Senate. Right? So the kind of concentrated power that exists in the hand of a Jamaican Prime Minister, which allows that Prime Minister to choose on whatever basis he or she chooses, he or she decides, a judge, a Chief Justice, right? And it is all done behind closed doors. We don't know what the criteria are that determine the appointment, right? That does not happen in the United States. And given the rampant corruption that we have in Jamaica, I am quite prepared to believe that it should not be happening here. We should be wanting to get away from such, but not to put it into the hands of the Bar Association, you know. Anyway, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15. For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, I heard Minister Pickersgill. He was on two radio programs, two of the morning programs. On one of them, I heard him say that the hurricane season begins next month, and that the Prime Minister will shortly be calling a meeting, Mr. Chairman. Oh no, this was a broadcast of the news. He was speaking here in Parliament. The Prime Minister will shortly be calling a meeting, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Speaker, surely. The Prime Minister will shortly be calling a meeting, Mr. Speaker, that deals with disaster preparedness. The Prime Minister will shortly be calling. The hurricane season begins next month, and the Prime Minister will shortly be calling a meeting that deals with disaster preparedness. The hurricane season begins next month. Today is the 31st of May, which means that tomorrow, unless I'm grossly mistaken, is the 1st of June. Tomorrow is the 1st of June. So the hurricane season begins tomorrow. And the Prime Minister will shortly be calling a meeting, we are told, to deal with disaster preparedness. I find that very funny, you know. Very funny. And then now, he was on the Breakfast Club. And on the Breakfast Club, I heard him saying, we're about to give out the contracts for drain cleaning for this hurricane season. For drain cleaning for this hurricane season. For drain cleaning for this hurricane season. Well, no. What if, well, there's only hurricanes, you know. We are in the hurricane season. is a rainy season, right? You can have weather patterns that at the extreme produce hurricanes, at the other end produces heavy rains, such as they had in Montego Bay yesterday, and that in fact we've been having all over the island for some time. And the clogged drains have been causing flooding in various areas, and caused particularly heavy flooding in Montego Bay, in the center of Montego Bay yesterday. I was amazed to see some of those pictures on television. But we are about to give out the contracts for drain cleaning. And I wonder when that drain cleaning, and in the discussion this morning on the Breakfast Club, the question was raised as to whether it was the parish council. There was a discussion about the parish councils having the responsibility for doing the drain cleaning in places like Montego Bay. The question is, did they? We have what we call a local government system that has about it an element of absurdity. Because the local governments, the parish councils, have responsibilities, but are able to discharge their responsibilities only largely to the extent that they are supplied with capital by the central government. And we have a peculiar situation. Well, I don't know about peculiar, but a situation in Jamaica today where the parish councils are largely formed by Labour Party, have Labour Party majorities. The government is PNP. Now, I'm not sure that the PNP government, given all other situations that they face, are particularly anxious to have the Labour Party parish councils performing well. So the question is, are they provided with the resources that they need in order to do a good job? And, I don't know, somebody needs we need to do some thinking about this particular system, To begin with, it is ridiculous that in a small country like this, we should have, 15 governments? 15 governments, and we are so badly governed. In the House of Representatives yesterday, Mr. Samuda proposing and the government rejecting the idea that the sectoral debate, the annual sectoral debate, be suspended or not be done this year because of the upcoming elections and the present fervor on the campaign trail. Everybody wants to be out there, he said. Well, in fairness to Mr. Samuda, the debate in Parliament, the sectoral debate, is of importance to the public of Jamaica. And that is one of the services that members provide for the public. But on the other hand, in fairness, a political campaign carried out by the parties, is equally of service to the people of Jamaica, because it is providing them with the intelligence on the basis of which to make choices in the upcoming election. So that too is important. But on the other hand, I do think that Mr. Samuda was possibly chatting before thinking, right? Because surely the sectoral debate provides an opportunity for focusing on the issues. And I should have thought that would be what an opposition would be wanting to do at a time like this. To use it as an opportunity for bringing to the attention of the public the issues upon which they should be making a decision in the election that is coming up. Anyway, we are about to take the break. No, we have a couple of minutes left. Okay. What else is there to talk about? Not very much. Not a great deal of news, but there was a story about Jamaica being the crime and corruption. What is it? Some international rating. Jamaica in the 80s in terms of crime and corruption, is it? I think we're lucky to find ourselves in the 80s. There's 150-something countries, I believe, judged. I think that they're flattering us. Japan was first, of course. But I think that they're flattering us. We shouldn't take that too seriously. Okay, we take a break. We come back in a moment.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For effective stock portfolio management, speak to our expert investment advisors today. Telephone 960-6390-4. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is 10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to low-level trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Friday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly over northern and southwestern areas. Saturday and Sunday will also be cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Now, a good friend of mine, himself a journalist, called me a moment ago to point out, he doesn't work at the Gleaner, I must tell you. He called me a moment ago to point out to me that I had missed the biggest story of the day. So I asked him, what was this biggest story of the day? Well, he said it was on page 4 of the Gleaner. The biggest story of the day is on page 4 of the Gleaner. And it is about a defeat suffered by Mr. Paulwell, the Minister of what's he called? exuberant minister. Well, his exuberance got a bit of a bash yesterday in the Court of Appeal. And I'm looking at this story now on page 4. A story like this is on page 4 of the Gleaner. Not on the front page, page 4. The Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, and Cable and Wireless Limited, Jamaica, won a major victory yesterday when the Court of Appeal ruled that the Judicial Review Court was wrong when it held that the OUR had no authority to set rates for the mobile cellular market. The Judicial Review Court's ruling in December 2003 had resulted in Cable and Wireless having to pay out $164 million to Mosel Jamaica Limited, trading as Digicel, and $4.4 million to Centennial Jamaica Limited, trading as My Phone. Attorney at law, but where does Mr. Paulwell come into this? Let's hear. Attorney at law from the law firm Myers Fletcher, Fletcher and Gordon, who represented Cable and Wireless, told the Gleaner yesterday that based on the Court of Appeals ruling, Cable and Wireless will strongly be demanding repayment of the monies. They should be demanding interest on the monies too. Okay. In April 2002, the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Technology issued a directive which prohibited the OUR from intervening in the mobile market. Oh, that is the basis. The Court of Appeal handed down a unanimous decision that the direction was unlawful. The direction stated, quote, the OUR is not to intervene or in the mobile cellular market by setting rates, tariffs, or price caps on the interconnection or retail charges made by any mobile competition. Now, I gather that okay, we're going to go down to the end of the story now. Where is it now? towards the end of the story, they are saying that the OUR appealed, and the Court of Appeal, comprising President Justice Paul Harrison, Justice Howard Cook, and Justice Zelia Makala, heard the appeal. Those are the judges that heard the appeal, and they ruled in favor of the OUR. And here is a quotation, apparently, from the judgment. In the instant case, the minister not only misdirected himself as to his powers, the minister not only misdirected himself as to his powers under the Act, but also by the nature of the ministerial direction to the OUR, sought to pursue an objective other than that for which the power to make the decision was conferred, the court ruled. Okay, the court found that the direction was specifically to restrain the OUR from performing its statutory function, statutory regulatory powers. So, Mr. Paulwell, in his youthful exuberance, he's got a slap on the wrist from the Court of Appeal. Very good. Yeah. Okay, shall we go to a break and come back to the telephones?
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products, from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge, or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to low-level trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Friday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly over northern and southwestern areas. Saturday and Sunday will also be cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and U.K. landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and I gather we have with us the President of the Bar Association, Mr. John Label. Label? Hello?
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you, Mr. Label. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you, Sam.
Good.
You?
Oh, you know, toddling along. Mm-hmm. Look here. I gather that the Bar Association has some some concern about the manner of the selection of judges.
That's right.
It seems to have come upon you rather suddenly.
Well, you know, the thing is that the Bar Association has been complaining about this, but doing it rather quietly over the years. We have always complained about it, and maybe just now we're going public and saying, you know, we're unhappy with the selection.
But what is it that has happened? That is, what is it that has happened now to make you change your...
Or to become vocal?
Yes.
I think two things, really. Certainly, we look in other jurisdictions and we see that, you know, in England, South Africa, several other countries, the process of selection is changing. We see the Jamaica law reform process, and it's clearly outlined that in a modern society, you know, the method of selection that presently exists is untenable, and you know, and that involves all the stakeholders, a number of stakeholders, important stakeholders.
Who are the stakeholders?
Well, you know, if you look, you would.
Well, before we come to that, you're talking about what is going on in Britain, in South Africa, and so on. But should it not have been obvious, Mr. Leiber, years ago, that we have in this country, I mean, it's talked about all the time, a highly tribalistic political order. Am I right?
Yes.
And
yes.
A political order that does not shun corruption. I mean, we have heard it said that, you know, we always think that it is best for the country for us to form the administration. So anything that will lead us or cause us to be in office, right? And maybe there are others who didn't say it, but who possibly mean the same thing, right? Now, in a situation like that, would it be right for one party, or one person in one party to have the right to determine who is Chief Justice and who sits on the Judicial Services Commission and so on?
Well, no, I have to agree with you that this is not a desirable situation. Because, and I think that what the Bar Association is doing and what people in the wider society have to do is to literally fight, as it were, for the right to select important people who can really make a difference in our lives.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the Chief Justice position is so crucial. It's fundamental to the whole turning the wheels of justice in every aspect. It touches and concerns everybody. And that's why we felt that it was really time to come out and make our voice be heard. You know, I remember seeing an expression, and it has remained with me. You know, why study the stars? They all look the same to me, and it was said to be Galileo's assistant who said that. And the point is that sometimes we don't. You know, sometimes we collectively as a people tend not to see how important changes, you know, in life are, or how important it is to take principal positions from time to time, because we can't look down the road to see the consequences. So we tend, because there's hunger and other things, we tend to just satisfy the immediate needs and not look at important events that can affect, you know, our lives. But
I would argue that the principal cause of hunger in this country is corruption, right?
Well, you know,
and if corruption is so firmly established, how can we be satisfied to have persons in such prominence, or persons of such importance, who play such important, fundamentally important role in this society, be appointed in that way?
Well, you know, collectively, the Constitution gives the Prime Minister that right,
yes.
And we just have to move and hope that as we go along, that we make some gains that can make a difference in the lives.
Yes, but
of
the
the
Constitution is irrevocable, and it seems to me that what we need is fundamental constitutional change.
Yes, but you know, I agree with you. But we can't wait until, you know. I think that, as you know, for change to come about, you need the groundswell. You need for people to be concerned and let their voices be heard on these issues. And you can't just say, well, it's expedient, and I won't say anything. So, as I see it, we have to, little by little, we have to stand up and make our voices be heard, collective, you know, individually and collectively as a people. And then, you know, these are, that's the way that you bring about ultimate change in our country. It's not just going to be every 5 years you just select some people and forget about it.
Well, what is the change that you want to see, or the Bar Association wants to see?
Well, you know, some of the things that, and we don't speak a lot about it, but certainly apart from the changes in the, you know, the judicial, the method and the selection of judges, because...
How would you like to see them selected?
Certainly, you know, one of the things I'm going to bring up to you now is like Britain, the equivalent of our Judicial Services Commission is chaired by a layperson in Britain. Maybe just to avoid the, you know, the old boys club or the Eton club or whatever it is. But the issue is that a reasonable person, argument should be able to be presented to a reasonable person to say, this is the best person to be selected. So we want the post to be advertised. Let people from the private bar and the public bar apply for these positions, and invite laypersons to be on that, you know, Judicial Services Commission, and maybe if necessary, let it be open. if you select somebody to be a judge, you should be able to defend that position openly to anybody. You know, based on the fact, in fact, in England, how they select the Chief Justice now was taking over a lot of the positions that used to be managed or controlled by the Lord Chancellor. Is that they select among the persons who give the direction are the senior judges. They have a say in this, and then a very wide committee examine applications and put forward applications, cut it down to maybe 2 or 5, submit it to the minister, and the minister ultimately submits it to the prime minister. So we don't need to go through. I mean, we have seen, and you saw what happened in Trinidad when a Chief Justice perhaps felt that he owed an obligation to somebody who had appointed him.
Yes.
We want to put a buffer between the executive and the selectee.
No, I don't think that we have taken sufficient notice of that Trinidadian case.
I agree with you.
Because, I mean, it has profound implications. You know? The idea that there is a separation of powers there, and that the judge should be free to, you know, proceed on what he thinks the right course.
Indeed. And the other point, we would like also to see that the Chief Justice be provided with his own budget, and you know, and of course account to Parliament or be subject to, you know, to review like everybody else. The situation where you have now, where, you know, they have to be calling the ministry, you know, if their allowance has been paid or something. We really don't like that. We want that buffer, so that when a judge sits, he doesn't have to consider, he or she doesn't have to consider, well, you know, would I be offending my master, so to speak?
Yes.
Their duty is to the country.
What do you think of the American system? Unlike our Prime Minister, who can appoint the Chief Justice, as she can go into her bedroom and think about it and decide whom to appoint without any. Well, it's said that she's to consult the leader of the opposition, but that is meaningless. That's meaningless, really.
Yes.
But the President of the United States has no such power.
And I agree.
Hold on just a moment for me, please.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center, and 12 French Street, Spanish Down. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. J&J Bay Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Labo.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I just want to bring to your attention, I don't think that because of what has been happening, it hasn't been picked up, but there's a proposed bill, I think it may have been passed by now, concerning open voting.
Yes.
And we have objected to the principle of the mandatory sentencing, because we feel that if you're going to impose a penalty of 3 years, then a magistrate might feel they might be very, very reluctant to convict anybody. So we have maintained that we need a separation in sentencing between the legislature who decides, yes, this is a punishable offense, and the judges.
What bill is this?
This is a bill to, I think, under the Electoral Act to punish those who vote openly.
Yes.
Because, as you know, it's one of the cornerstones of garrison politics.
Yes,
you know, that you disclose your vote so that
it is known that you have done
you have supported a third party.
What the garrison wants you to do.
Indeed. So, you know, those are some of the things.
The law imposes a mandatory penalty.
It attempts to impose a mandatory penalty, and we have
of
said
what,
no.
3 years?
Of 3 years.
And this is to be tried by a resident magistrate.
Yes, but you know,
Mr. Labo,
it's too draconian.
When I was a young person in this country, a resident magistrate had no power to impose a penalty of more than a year.
Oh.
You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
It is relatively recently that magistrates can impose penalties of 5 years. And in fact, more than that, I mean by consecutive sentences.
To run together, you mean?
No, they are sentences that they can sentence the person to 5 years on one, 5 years on the other, to run consecutively.
Right.
Uh-huh. So a magistrate, one person, sitting down, no jury, right, can make a decision like that. It's, it just did not happen in colonial Jamaica when the wicked white people were running things. Right?
Oh my gosh, yes. Well, I mean, in fairness, you need to take off a little load off the system. But the thing is that you must give a judge a discretion, because, if a poor little old lady or something like that who has been taken to the polling station and she really has no choice in the matter, you really can't give her, a 3-year sentence.
It's not fair.
No, it's not fair. You have to allow the judge. In fact, this whole direction. I mean, that's why that's and the Privy Council gave us direction, even in the question of sentencing in murder. That it must be reviewed, and so that's the direction that the top court of our country is going. And that's the way that I think that we should go. Leave the discretion to the magistrate. Well, I mean, if you want to allow them to go up to 3 years, no problem. But I mean, because you might catch the chief instigator and might want to make an example of him.
Yes.
But there might be people who are subject and have no power, and you don't want them to be even more victimized than they are, or than they would have been.
It is of some interest that the newspapers this morning have as their headlines the appointment of Mrs. McCallum to the Chief Justiceship. And I think it should also have been on page 1, beside that story, a decision made by the Court of Appeal, with her on the bench, reversing a decision made by a minister.
Very commendable. Very commendable.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's a very happy coincidence.
Indeed.
Mr. Leiber, there's been another matter attracting a great deal of attention. The Chen Yong case.
Yes.
And the involvement of the Solicitor General and the judge of the Supreme Court. Yes. What is your take on that?
I have to accept reality, and I believe that they have outlined, the American attorneys have outlined some circumstances that would be unworkable in a small community. I don't see how you can totally escape, the separation, the so-called separation that no interest, or call it a separation. I think that once you have disclosure, that you have to look at what the art of the possible in a small community. I think that the most fundamental thing is that there must be disclosure. If the party was a member of a firm and an attorney from that firm comes up to argue a case before him, then he's duty bound to disclose it to the other side, and then they can make that decision if they want to continue with that judge. I think that's the fundamental issue. The thing is also, and I need to read it, the American attorneys cited the House of Lords case in Pinochet. But to the best of my recollection, when I just read the case lightly, was that the fundamental thing again was that prominent jurist did not disclose that his wife was a member of Amnesty.
That is not my recollection.
Oh?
My recollection is that they said that he should have recused himself.
Well, all right, but I'll need to.
And this wasn't a matter in which he was directly involved, as I remember it.
Yes, he tried the case, but all right,
But
but I don't know. The thing is, how would we, take it to its logical conclusion? It's very difficult to operate a justice system. I mean, Mark, it's not impossible, but it's difficult because in some instances you have competent judges who have expertise in certain areas. So if you decide not to present a case before this judge, then it's a Hobson's choice. You go before a judge who doesn't have that expertise, and it becomes rather difficult.
Yes, but what is the expertise that was involved here? That was so.
Well, that particular judge, it was sitting in a commercial court, and the matter was of a commercial nature. I'm sure that another judge could have heard it. I mean,
but of
it's
course,
just the nature, nature of it.
But I don't know what the position in the law. That is the question. Is it the law as decided by the House of Lords? And it seems to me that would be an important precedent.
Highly persuasive. Highly persuasive.
Yes.
So the Privy Council would would find it very, very difficult to go against the House of a decision of the House of Lords on that particular point. But it would be interesting to see how it is, the final outcome. Because I'm sure that will be brought up as well.
But if that is the law, then we must take the administrative means of putting ourselves in the position of being able to uphold the law.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Right? Now the thing is this, that Mr. Hilton tells us that the judge called the lawyers into his chambers to tell them about this and to ask their view on the matter. Right? And they agreed.
Yes.
For him to go ahead. Now, first of all, he obviously thought that there was something wrong here.
Yes. No,
right?
but I agree with you. But he would, to me, he would have, if he had not done so, it would have been a grievous fault on his part if he had not done so. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind, legally or otherwise, that if a disclosure had not been made, the matter would have been thrown out without any hesitation in any court in most countries. Definitely, there's
so he was uneasy about it. He felt that there was something wrong, right? But he's putting the decision concerning the matter into the hands of the lawyers rather than making the decision himself.
Quite right, Mr. Perkins.
And is there something wrong about that?
Not. I mean, the current law, as we understand it, or the current practice, is to do that. It not. It hasn't been the hitherto. It hasn't been the practice to, unless it's clear. If there are circumstances where,
Hold the point just a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15. For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Line Parnell Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, sir. Hello?
Yes,
Mr. Perkins.
Oh, Mr. Chuck is here with us.
No, Mutty.
Yes.
And I hope John doesn't mind. I just want a quick intervention and withdrawal to clear up a matter. John said that the breach, the offense, that there was a mandatory prison sentence. John, I don't think that's quite correct, okay?
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad there are, because that's the information we got.
Let me read the section for you.
Mm-hmm.
It says, an elector who acts in the manner described in subsection 7, which is openly displaying his ballot, commits an offense and shall be liable upon summary conviction before the resident magistrate to a fine of not less than $20,000 nor more than $80,000, imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term of not less than 3 years nor more than 5 years, or, notice the point, it's not conjunctive, it is disjunctive.
Yes, yes.
Or both such fine and imprisonment.
Uh-huh.
So that you have the first choice of the resident magistrate,
is a fine.
A fine of not less than 20,000 nor more than 80,000. The second choice
is
imprisonment of not less than 3 years.
And the third choice
is both. So that I must admit, the intention obviously is to cut out, Mutty, what is known as open voting. And the reason for the open vote,
support.
No, the reason for it, Mutty, is that very often the elector has to show the indoor agent or show someone that he has voted for a particular party in order to collect money from the candidate. It is a disgraceful occurrence in our Jamaican politics, where candidates openly tell supporters that they will pay them $1,000 for their votes. And I saw it, Mutty, I discussed it with you in the recent election in Western Westmoreland, where the people were told that they would be paid $1,000 for their votes. And to the best of my knowledge and belief, it happens in the past, and it is something that our Jamaican people must not succumb to. And what has happened in the past, Mutty, you have the situation of the golden ballot, where a person is given a marked ballot, takes it inside, the one that he gets from the presiding officer, he takes back outside, and the one that he took in, which is marked, he puts in the ballot box. And what is happening now, Mutty, is that the Electoral Commission recognizes that when people openly vote, they are showing the indoor agents who are sitting with the presiding officer. So that if it is a JLP indoor agent, the JLP indoor agent can tell the candidate, yes, such a person voted for the JLP, and vice versa.
And he can collect
and they can go and collect their money.
Their $2,000.
It is a it is a disgrace in our politics, and it must stop.
But it's not only that, Mr. Chuck. I hold that it would also be a disgrace on our economy.
Absolutely.
Because if our economy had been properly developed over the years, and if people had adequate opportunities and could buy their food and, drink their liquor and do whatever else they wanted, they had the money to do it, then they wouldn't be selling their vote for $2,000.
Absolutely, Mutty. But Mutty, may I just say I'm enjoying the discussion with you and John, so I want to withdraw now.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Leiber?
Yes.
You were saying something.
That 3-year provision. That's the one that he recited. That I really am uncomfortable. That because we still feel, and our position remains the same, that leave the discretion to the magistrate, because don't let him feel that it's so draconian that he shouldn't give this fellow who can't pay the 20,000 a 6-month sentence, or we feel that give them the guidelines. But leave the discretion to the judge.
Yes.
It's a general principle.
Yes, but you know, Mr. Leiber, my point is, right, that if a man is half-starved, right, and he's offered $2,000 for his vote, I mean, you know, it is a hell of a thing on top of all that to go and punish him by, you know, fining him $20,000 or sending him to prison for whatever time.
Yes, but
you know what I mean?
But what we have to do is just look at the system. If if it can be a deterrent, whether to him or to others,
yes,
then the objective would have been achieved.
Well, yes, but there is a certain unfairness about it, right? Because had we created in this country the opportunity for people like that to go ahead and achieve what Jefferson called happiness, right? Then the likelihood is that he wouldn't be selling his vote for a couple of $1,000.
But the other thing that it exposes, Mr. Perkins, is our inability to get at the big fish. We have never been able to get at the big fish in this country, you know.
Yes.
So
yes.
You see, the legislation, it goes after.
That is quite true. the man who is doing the paying, the bribing.
That's right.
He gets away scot-free.
Oh yes.
And this poor man who sees the opportunity of being able to buy some food to put on his table, right?
That's right.
He is going to prison.
Indeed.
Right.
3 years minimum.
Yes, there's a fundamental unfairness to it.
Indeed.
You know, and I'm sorry Mr. Chuck has left already. Anyway, to come back to this question of the decision to consult the lawyers, right? The first question is, what is the common law position, right? Is it that the judge should take the decision himself, or because...
or let me, I'm just...
And it ties into to Mr. Justice, what was his name again? It is not only of some importance, but it is of fundamental importance that justice should not only be done, but that it should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done.
In fact, Mr. Perkins, the ethics, there are some ethics set out in the canon, and one of them certainly is that whole issue, you know, of you know, the separation. And the conflict of interest.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it is not a cut and dried thing, because you know it seems to rely to a great extent on the whole disclosure thing.
Yes.
You know, because if a client comes in, this goes beyond just the court case. If a client comes in and makes an inquiry of you or an attorney, he needs to say, well, listen, you know, and ask you to act on behalf of a major institution. You need to disclose to him that you have acted for them in the past, however long. So it is something that I think is developing. The ethics are, you know, there, and it's a developing aspect of law, and I think it will continue to develop. And I'm curious about the outcome of this, because you know the thing is, the whole ethics question has never been cut and dried, because it's not only that he presents the facts to the parties and they decide, but I think there would be circumstances where he would have a duty to just recuse himself straight up. I mean, if a family member came up to be tried before him,
indeed,
it's a very, very clear case that you know that's just not acceptable. Even if the other parties or all the parties agree that you should. It is just not acceptable. So
this sounds to me like such a case. I mean, where he had an involvement with a firm that was involved in the prosecution of this matter.
But you see, the thing is that, and you get some of the facts, and it suggests that he wasn't really involved in the litigation.
Perhaps not directly involved in the litigation.
Not involved, But again, and the Privy Council and everybody is going in that direction. What would an ordinary person think? When the facts are presented
Precisely.
to them, would they say, no, this is a straight conflict of interest?
Yes.
Or not, But it's unfortunately this is a case law rather than statute law. Yes,
matter.
Yes.
But there's another aspect to it that I haven't heard discussed. Mr. Hilton said that the judge called the lawyers into his chambers, and they put the matter to them, and they said, oh no, it's perfectly all right. Okay, go ahead. That suggests to me that the defense lawyers made their decision without consulting their client.
Well, let's hope that, it was still a time for cell phones, and there are two possibilities. They could have consulted or they could not have consulted. And I would think that a matter of such importance that they would have consulted their client.
But the client tells me that they did not consult him.
Ooh.
He knew nothing. He knew nothing about it until.
I don't want to go into the implications of that. That's very, very serious.
Yes.
I mean, in fact, the amendments that we have brought about to the Civil Procedure Code, again, the direction is that you are to always get the input of your client in this decision-making process. In fact, the instructions are very, very clear. You must. I would think something like that is fundamental. And I really wouldn't want to comment on, and I really hope that they got the instructions from their client.
Well, have you? Well, but the client says it is not so, and I should.
Well, we have to hear from both sides.
I should have thought that.
Depending on who is the intermediary.
Yes.
I mean, they might have been getting instructions from somebody on behalf of the client. I don't know if the client was around at the time or what have you. So but
no, the client was not here in Jamaica.
Yes.
Right. It would seem to me that to consult the client on a matter like this would involve giving the client a full outline of the situation, what the possible implications could be, and having him think about it. Right? It does sound like to me like a 10-minute thing during the time that they're in the chambers. Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. for today's weather brief. There's a surface to low-level trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Friday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly over northern and southwestern areas. Saturday and Sunday will also be cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, June 3, between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. in the following areas of Kingston: Industrial Terrace, Little King Street, Denham Town Police Station, Denham Town Primary School, Trenchtown Fire Station, Denham Town Housing Scheme, sections of North Street from Spanish Town Road to Oxford Street, and all roads leading off. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
We know your Subaru like no one else does. Experienced technicians, genuine parts, state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment. At KIG, we are the Subaru experts. Our mechanics are factory-trained and have direct online links to the manufacturer. Plus, we have the widest inventory of genuine Subaru parts. So, if you drive a Subaru, take it to the Subaru experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Labo.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, the question of the client being informed and participating in the discussion. A. B. What is the likelihood? Now, this was not a trivial matter, right?
Right.
This is a matter involving billions of dollars.
Indeed, yes.
I can't. I mean, is it easy to see a client, in 5 minutes saying, "Oh, okay, man, fine, go right ahead," right?
Well, I mean, Mr. Perkins, we have to speculate. We have to speculate because, I mean,
it's not a matter of speculation.
But you have.
This is not a matter. This is not a matter of speculation. This is not a matter. This is a matter of speculation. This is a matter of credibility, right?
But they say it went in chambers, but we don't know the duration.
I beg your pardon?
They say it was in chambers. The judge invited them to his chambers. Now,
but wouldn't you, as a lawyer, in those circumstances, would you have sought to get the written consent of your client?
again, this is hindsight. I mean, it would be ideal to get the written consent of the client. I noticed that the court is leaning to commercial expediency, but something like this, yes, it would be ideal to get the written consent of your client.
You don't ideal or
desirable?
Important. I mean, a matter of great importance.
Well, again, you'd have to establish the course of dealing with your client in terms of because obviously to avoid a situation where it's your word against your client.
Absolutely.
It would to protect themselves. It would be it would have been good to have the written instructions. But again, we don't. You see, there are ways of procedure. I mean, for example, if you don't get the written instructions from your client, you really ought to follow it up with a letter saying, you have consented to such and to my behavior. Or my
Absolutely.
Thing. So, but we can only speculate that all these things weren't done.
I don't know. I don't see it as a matter of speculation. I see it as a matter of credibility. Can we believe what we are told in the circumstances? But do you think, sir, that this is a matter, this and the matter of Mr. Of the Solicitor General, do you think that these are matters that should be just, we have had some discussion in the media about it and we go on to other matters, right? Is that how this is to be treated, or should there be a thorough inquiry into it and a decision as to whether these persons should remain where they are?
Well, I think it's a matter like this going to be client-driven. I think it's going to be client-driven,
The client?
Yeah, the clients.
You mean that it will be a 9-day wonder?
Not necessarily, because, if, which is speculative, if proper instructions weren't given, then it could have implications right down.
Absolutely.
Right down the line, And I really wouldn't want to speculate on the outcome.
But should there be a thorough inquiry into the matter?
Well, you have to await the outcome of the process in America, I think, because the salvo has been fired by Mr. Chen Young's attorneys. And a response. I'm sure that there's another court that's going to hear it. So,
you mean on appeal?
I'm sure.
You think they're likely to go on appeal?
I'm sure. Too much is at stake for it not to go on appeal.
Well, look here. Another issue raised by Mr. Chen Young's lawyers is that the matter was decided in the courts here in Jamaica, and then it went on appeal.
Yes.
Right? And then, while this matter was therefore undetermined, they go to the United States, to a court in the United States, to ask for what's the word I'm looking for?
An injunction.
An injunction.
Yes.
Right? In connection with a matter that was already was not determined in Jamaica, was not settled in Jamaica. Right? No, is that right?
No, well, the thing is that the law allows, I think, I'm trying to remember the word for it, but it does allow an injunction, because what it attempts to do is to say, if the court is satisfied that an individual or persons or entities would want to remove the assets from possible seizure, that then what the court does not that it sells the asset, it just prevents the individual or persons concerned from selling them. So I think it's usually a Mariba injunction. So the court does recognize this principle, where you're allowed to put a hold on it, and that. So it's perfectly allowed, as far as I know. It's allowed, unless of course, and people can go to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal can say no. Generally, it depends on their perception and maybe of the outcome. But the Mariba injunction does allow you to let the status quo remain until the outcome of the trial.
Yes,
they wouldn't have been able to sell or dispose of any of those assets.
Yes.
That's how it is.
Well, I don't know, so, but you don't think that there should be a separate inquiry into this matter?
I would want to rest my judgment on that one until the outcome of the case.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that might be a couple of 100 years from now.
No. I think it's, yes, because generally, in matters of this nature, the little I know of my international law is that the matter won't be really tried again. It's going to have to, once a decision is arrived at in a country, then it's going to, that country in America will decide, well, has it been reasonably obtained,
Yes, but I wasn't thinking so much of the American aspect of it as the Jamaican. It's on appeal. How long is it going to take for the matter to be heard by the Court of Appeal? Usually, possibly by the Privy Council.
Yeah, well, the Privy Council usually. I think maybe 2 or 3 years. It depend on the length of the briefs and the submissions. I would think 2 or 3 years.
I see.
It should be resolved.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I hope I was of some help.
I'm sure you were. Yes.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to our telephone callers. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Morning, sir.
Hi. Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Hold on,
Eh?
Hello.
Yes. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thanks.
I saw you missed a story that alarming story in today's Gleaner regarding the police and the corruption that they said they're taking policemen off front duty.
They're taking what?
That police federation conference yesterday.
It was on the. Tell me, policemen or what?
It was in the Gleaner where the policemen saying they're working 70 hours a week. And although they work in 70 hours a week, there is people from the commissioned office and high-ranking police who have private contracting firm who taking police off duty to do their own security guard.
Oh, I heard some discussion but I got in late on it.
It's in the clothes. It was on the news yesterday. I think that's an alarming situation to know that he was talking about police corruption, and he was coming from a high-ranking police officers, talking to over 300 police officers. What is going on in the country?
But this thing is buried deep in the Gleaner.
It is. That's what I'm saying. That should be on the front page in the Gleaner. It is alarming.
Huh?
It is alarming. He's threatening the commissioner of police. I read the Gleaner on the internet, so I don't know which page it is in.
Yes.
Okay. And he's threatening the commissioner of police to do something about the corruption that's happening in India, and they're taking policemen doing private security firm.
You mean police officers are using policemen to do work, security work?
Right, because they have private contractors with the security firms.
And then the money is paid to the officers.
He said they're making billions of dollars off there. The minister was there.
Hold on for a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, you're saying.
It's Mr. Wilson. He's the Federal Police Federation.
Yes.
He was an indictment on the police officers.
Yes, he's saying that.
He said they're taking police officers, deploying them from their regular duty to do work that go on private security firms. That's making people making billions of dollars.
Yes.
And that's why these police work, they're working 70 hours a week, and this is part of the contribution of the work hours a week. Meanwhile, Mr. Peter Phillip was also in the audience.
But let me ask you something. If that is true, that police officers are doing this kind of thing, does the hierarchy of the police force not know about it?
Well, to his report, he's saying the hierarchy is the one. The hierarchy police officer is the one who own the contract with these security firms. So they're the one who making billions of dollars.
Well,
I want you to look into it, and I really would like you to have somebody really discuss it. Not somebody like the gentleman you have on, which is informative, but we need people who really give clarity to these reports.
Which gentleman are you talking about?
I don't hear you.
Which gentleman?
Well, the one you have on earlier on, he was informative, but we need somebody who can give, like the chief minister, somebody need to talk on that issue about Paul Cheng-Young. It's a very serious issue in our jurisdiction.
Yes.
I hear you talking about the President of the United States made no appointment outside of his personal cabinet, permanent.
No, he can't even appoint his own cabinet.
Well, his chief of staff and
he can nominate them.
He don't have to go to someday to go to the hearing to really get his press secretary and certain. But any federal officer, anybody who dealing with the entire federal government, they have to be nominated. Chief Justice, Minister of certain minister, have to do like those. Because the President of the United States, he's just a manager.
But I'm interested in this thing because You know, if there's a semblance of truth in that, it sounds...
It's in the Gleaner. I have something to read. I was surprised when I hear you say you missed something in the Gleaner today. With I thought that was the one you missed. That should be on the front page. It was on the news yesterday, on your station.
Yes.
It's something that you really need to get some clarification on.
Yes, I think we do.
It's important. It is very, very important because you have two issues that really bothering us now: the justice system and the police system. Because our justice system really need to be cleansed. And as I said, that's why I think that we must know nothing less than separation of power.
Yes.
With one, because we can't have one person making all the appointments from top to bottom without clarification. Now, Mr. President, I don't want to take up your time. I just want you to get somebody and look to and get some clarification.
All right, sir.
I get to the bottom of it. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Congratulate you on your wonderful work you're doing. And I say you are Jamaica's greatest living citizen.
I don't know about that. All right, sir. Thank you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you.
Hello, sir.
Morning.
Yes, sir. Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
No, sir. I'm living at Kennedy Grove. There's a little housing scheme there, sir.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Perkins, Lord Jesus,
this is
you come there.
Where is this?
Kennedy Grove at Palmer's Cross, sir.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Perkins, Jesus Christ. Now the pond overflow, and a lot of people that are living on that side, they have to move out, right?
Uh-huh.
Now everybody believes in peace and safety to Mr. Daly, who is the Minister of Health. He came on there one time, and him don't come back at all. Now again, Mr. Perkins, there is the pond overflowing right now.
Uh-huh.
You see you see when the pond in Canada dry in the dry time, Mr. Perkins, pure dead fish, and the place stink up, Mr. Perkins.
Oh God!
Hear me tell you, sir. Most of the people them have to move out, and you think it is right, Mr. Perkins, the people in pay their little money for their house, and they can't live in peace, Mr. Perkins. Where part them go? Where they go?
Who are the developers?
Now, Mr. Roddy Spencer is the MP for the area.
Yes.
Right? And we need Mr. Spencer to come and see what is going on. Because the Minister of Health, Mr. Daly, he made promises to come back, and he don't come back at all.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
Yes.
So we need Mr. Roddy Spencer, who is the MP for the area. We need him to come in to see what is going on.
Has he not been there?
Yes, he has been there, sir, but we need him to come back and look again.
Uh-huh.
Because it's a get that live up on the hillside here. The water coming over to them. You understand?
Was it a...
cannot stay there. All the people that live up on the hillside here, the water coming over to them. You understand?
Was it a private developer that developed?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Right?
So, but look here.
Yes.
How long ago did you take over those houses?
How long ago?
Uh-huh.
It's about 3 years now, you know.
3 years?
Yes, I think about 3 years.
And this thing has been going on for all that time?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
But why did you not take some action against the developer?
Well, Mr. Perkins, the people that, you know, it's not everybody can. Everybody there try to take action. But the thing about it is that, Mr. Perkins, you know, it's not all of us really, you know. But the thing about it, like Mr. Perkins, what we are concerned about, we pay our money, right? We pay our money, Mr. Perkins, and right now, most of us, we have to have a little bad pan, and we little that will pack up everything one side, and watch the flood.
But I should have thought that the thing to have done was to have taken this matter into the courts.
Well, Mr. Perkins, as you say, we have to take it to court.
But you can't.
But
you don't have all the time in the world.
All of us decide to take it to court. Some people, you know, some of them I don't know. But should Mr. Daly decide and tell us that he's coming back there, he's coming back, no, Mr. Daly talk about his election now. We don't see none of them. So what are we going to do, Mr. Perkins?
Well,
Mr. Perkins, there is anywhere, sir. There's anywhere you can try to get him for us. Mr. Daly, if you come to Kennedy Grove scheme, sir, at Palmer's Cross, to see the disgrace we are going up there, sir.
Oh, boy.
So there's anywhere you can get him, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I don't know. I could try. I could try. He's the Minister of Housing.
He's the Minister of Health.
Help.
And Mr. Spencer, Roddy Spencer, he is the MP for the area. Now, what do you think Mr. Spencer can do, sir?
Well, I don't know. But I think that a matter like this should have been, you should have sued the developers. Because it seems to me that is something that they... What is the problem? Is it...
Well, the problem that we have up there, Mr.
The drainage is inadequate.
Yeah, it is inadequate, sir. It is inadequate. And the water, Mr. Perkins, the water, that pond there, sir, God is to tell. I don't know what they're doing about the water. I don't know what they want about the water, sir.
But it seems to me that what is necessary is a drain to take away the excess water.
But Mr. Perkins, they are not doing nothing. They not do nothing at all. Nothing they not do. Them not do nothing at all. And if you ever come up there, Mr. Perkins, the poor little people that come up there to live, all of us, Mr. Perkins, we have nothing but some pan and some barrel and some box. Pack up all of our things, necessary things, put you one side. That when the rain start fall,
you
we
can
must
move
find
out
a way
fast.
to run through some bush.
Oh boy.
You hear, sir?
Yes.
So, Mr. Perkins, what can you do for us to call them people here?
Well, I don't know. I'm wondering about this. I'll try to get Mr. Daly.
Yes, sir. I beg you, Mr. Perkins.
Okay.
And I'm going to listen for you, Mr. Perkins. Please,
All right.
sir.
We'll see whether we can get him.
Yes,
well,
sir. I'm
Mr.
begging you, sir, because
Spencer.
right now, we are going into the month of the hurricane.
Okay.
Today is the last of May.
Okay, what I'm going to do is try Mr. Spencer.
Okay.
Because he might be...
Yeah.
easy.
Okay, Mr. Perkins.
All right.
And I thank you very much, sir.
All right,
If you
Mom.
can do what you can do for us, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello? 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 What's going on? Everybody gone to sleep? Okay, it's close to news time and people have decided that but you know, I've been hearing complaints about that Kennedy Grove problem for quite some time, and we've discussed it on this program. And it seems to me that the Jamaican authorities ought to, you know, they can't just leave people in a situation like this, man. You must try and do something. It may well be that the fault of the private developer, I don't know. But it seems to me that there needs to be some adequate drainage to take off the excess water. That obviously is the problem. Now, why is that drainage not there? Okay. Hello?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mum.
The lady that was just ringing about that place.
Yes.
Why isn't the parish council, the place must have had approval to build. So why don't they try and find out how the parish council gave permission for it to build in that area? Go a bit deeper rather than... what I'm saying is before they think of going to court.
Yes.
But and also the developer, they're all very quiet about who the developer is. I wonder who it is.
I don't know.
But the parish council's supposed to approve plans, you know, aren't they?
Yes, I know that.
And otherwise they can lick down the houses and build them somewhere else.
All right, I'm awfully sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry that you came on so late. But I have to go now for it's news time, eh? Sorry about that. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, is currently making last-minute corrections to the National Voters List in preparation for today's publication. Representatives from each of the EOJ's constituency offices are at the EOJ's Kingston headquarters reviewing the approximately 1,330,000 names on the list. Director of Elections Danville Walker says the political parties have already scrutinized the list ahead of today's publication. Mr. Walker has indicated that a copy of the list will be distributed to the major post offices in each parish by next week. Only the names of persons who were registered before March 31 and have been re-verified will appear on the new voters list. Mr. Walker says the next voters list will be published on November 30 and the final date for registration is September 30. Human rights lobby group Jamaicans for Justice is supporting the Jamaican Bar Association's call for greater input of stakeholders in the justice system for the selection of the Chief Justice. The Bar Association had expressed concern about the method by which Justice Zayla McCullough, who will replace Justice Lensley Wolfe, was selected. According to the association's president, John Leiber, members were not consulted in the process. The law provides for the Chief Justice to be appointed by the Governor-General on the nomination of the Prime Minister after consultation with the opposition leader. JFJ Executive Director Dr. Carolyn Gomes is further calling for the implementation of the provisions of the Jamaican Justice System Reform Task Force, which also supports consultation in the selection process.
Certainly at a minimum, one should be looking to advertise the post. And once suitable candidates have been identified, there should be consultation with stakeholders in terms of preferences and concerns. It is a principle that we are concerned about, a principle and a process, which has seen in this instance virtually no consultation, even though there is a template for consultation with stakeholders in the past.
Executive Director of JFJ, Dr. Carolyn Gomes. Justice McCullough is expected to take up office a day after Justice Wolfe retires on June 26. Despite an advanced injection of $3 million from the Petrocaribe Fund, the Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC, continues to operate at a loss. For the 2006-2007 fiscal year, the company is reporting a deficit of $1.1 billion, with passenger load declining from 75 million in the previous fiscal year to 66 million. Transport and Works Minister Robert Pickersgill has attributed the loss to increases in fuel prices without a price adjustment mechanism for the company.
During the final quarter of the financial year, we were already beginning to see signs of change, and in March 07, the JUTC negotiated fresh financing which allowed it to offset some of the company's debts and to purchase much-needed spare parts. However, the company continues to suffer, Mr. Speaker, from increases in fuel without a price adjustment mechanism, referred to as PAM.
Minister of Housing, Transport, Water and Works, Robert Pickersgill, speaking in the sectoral debate yesterday. At the same time, Mr. Pickersgill says the company is projecting a 19% increase in passenger load and a 41% increase in premium and charter service for the 2007-2008 fiscal year. He says the company is also projecting an increase in fleet by the fourth quarter of the financial year, a reduction of expenditure, and a further reduction of 20% in accident rates. And the Transport and Works Minister says work on the Norman Manley International Airport is on target, with the terminal arrivals concourse set to be completed this year. Mr. Pickersgill made the disclosure while making his presentation in the sectoral debate in the House of Representatives yesterday. He says in another 2 weeks, the airport's authority, which is spearheading the work, will take over the check-in hall, which will then be made operational within a few months. Mr. Pickersgill says the rehabilitation and upgrading will also include a new transportation hall, which will be ready for service in July. Meanwhile, he says the remainder of the departure building will be completed and made operational before the start of the 2007-2008 winter tourist season. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. The Office of the Contractor General has responded to statements by the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, the ODPEM, concerning the submission of quarterly contract award reports. The ODPEM was among several government agencies referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions by the Contractor General, Greg Christie, for failing to submit the reports. But in a Gleaner article yesterday, the acting Director General of the ODPEM, Ronald Jackson, was quoted as saying that Mr. Christie's statement indicating that the required information was not submitted before April 30 was false. In a statement to the media, Mr. Christie said Mr. Jackson acknowledged in a telephone conversation that the agency's first quarterly report for 2007 would have been submitted after the required date. The ODPEM had also been listed as a repeat offender. In addition, the Contractor General says only 3 complaints have been received from the 45 delinquent agencies which were named in his March 2007 report. The quarterly reports provide information on the extent to which contracts awarded by public agencies comply with government procurement procedures. Agencies which fail to comply with the requirements of the Contractor General's office can be found criminally liable. The Association of Local Government Authorities, ALGA, is expressing concern about the current state of drains across the country. The concern comes in light of tomorrow's start of the hurricane season. President of ALGA, Milton Brown, says while some parish councils have been able to carry out drain cleaning activities, much more needs to be done.
We do routine cleaning on our drains, but we have some major drains in the plain that the council is not able to attend, not from our normal fund. We use the road maintenance fund 3 months per year to address drains. But when our division gets $150,000 or $100,000 to do drains, the limitation we have on funds. But the major drains are to be cleaned.
President of ALGA, Milton Brown. Meteorologists have predicted an active hurricane season with as many as 10 hurricanes, up to 5 of which are expected to be Category 3 or higher. In the meantime, Acting Director General of the ODPEM, Ronald Jackson, has said the country is currently preparing for a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. That should be the country is currently prepared for a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. The St. James Police have identified the 2 men who were killed in Hendon Norwood in the parish yesterday afternoon. They are 32-year-old Rodney Duhaney and 23-year-old Fabian Sawyers, both of Hendon Norwood. The police report that the 2 were on a roadway in the community when they were pounced on by 2 gunmen. The armed men allegedly opened fire, hitting Duhaney. Sawyers reportedly ran into a nearby house but was shot several times. The shootings followed another incident on Tuesday night in Rose Heights in the parish in which 2 men, including a Gleaner vendor, were shot dead by gunmen. The parish of Trelawney has had its second murder this week following the fatal shooting of a man in Falmouth this morning. The dead man has been identified as Dumar and Bullitt, but his age and address are still not known. The police say they were summoned to Tharp Street in Falmouth after residents reported hearing explosions shortly before 1 o'clock this morning. The police say they carried out a search of the area and found Dumar's body outside a shop with several gunshot and stab wounds. On Tuesday, a taxi operator from Hague, Waldron Duncan, was killed after he was caught in a shooting incident involving gunmen in the parish. People's National Party President Portia Simpson-Miller is accusing the electronic media of favouring the Jamaica Labour Party in its coverage of election campaign activities. According to Mrs. Simpson-Miller, the television stations are biased in the broadcast of footage containing PNP and JLP party members. She says this is evidenced by the type of footage shown and the duration of footage for the PNP as opposed to the JLP. The PNP president was addressing a mass rally in Mandeville, Manchester last night, which lasted for more than 6 hours. At the rally, Mrs. Simpson-Miller presented the 8 candidates for Region 5 who will contest the next general election. The semi-final round of the Scripps Howard Spelling Bee competition got underway this morning in the United States. Up to news time, Jamaica's Regina Bish was still among the contestants in the 6th round. This morning's semi-finalists emerged from a total of 285 spellers. Regina will be seeking to repeat the feat of Jodianne Maxwell, who became the Scripps Howard Spelling Bee champion in 1998. Regina is the 2007 Gleaner Children's Own Spelling Bee champion. News in the region now. The Bermudan government has declared next Tuesday a public holiday to mark the funeral of former opposition leader Dame Louise Brown Evans. Louise. Dame Louise, who was hailed by Premier Hewitt Brown as a champion for justice, died early on Tuesday after suffering a stroke just 3 days before her 80th birthday. Dame Louise was Bermuda's first female barrister, the island's first female attorney general, and the first woman to become opposition leader in a British Commonwealth country. She held the Devonshire North seat for over 30 years before leaving office in 2003. In Russia, the man suspected of poisoning ex-KGB agent Alexander Litvinenko has said it could not have occurred without the involvement of British secret services. Andrei Lukovoy, who has denied killing Mr. Litvinenko, told a Moscow news conference that he was a scapegoat. Mr. Lukovoy said the Secret Service had recruited Mr. Litvinenko and had also tried to recruit him to collect information on Russian President Vladimir Putin. The UK has said that the matter is a criminal one rather than one of intelligence. The UK has requested Mr. Lukovoy's extradition in connection with the crime, but the Russian constitution forbids the country from extraditing its own citizens. Finally, hundreds of prisoners serving life sentences in Italy have called for President Giorgio Napolitano to bring back the death penalty. Their request was published as a letter in the daily newspaper La Repubblica. Italy has almost 1,300 prisoners serving life terms, of whom 200 have served more than 20 years. It has been at the forefront of the fight against capital punishment and recently lobbied the UN Security Council to take a moratorium on it. But some of the country's longest-serving prisoners want the death penalty reintroduced. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports stories are next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Jamaica's batsman Marlon Samuels will leave at 2:10 this afternoon to replace injured captain Ramnesh Sarwan in the Test squad in England. Samuels was issued with his British visa this morning, according to Jamaica Cricket Association's first Vice President Paul Campbell. The left-handed batsman was overlooked for the tour following a lukewarm performance in the World Cup staged in the Caribbean in March and April. West Indies trailed the 4-match series 1-0 after the first test ended in a draw at Lord's. England won the second test by an innings and 283 runs at Leeds to inflict the heaviest test defeat on the visitors. The third test at Manchester begins on June 7, 4 days after West Indies play a 3-day tour match against an MCC 11 starting tomorrow at the Racecourse Ground in Durham. Sports psychologist Dr. William Aronson is scheduled to arrive in Jamaica on Saturday for a short visit. Dr. Aronson will conduct tennis workshops during his 3-day visit. The workshops will be held at the Eric Bell Center in Kingston. National tennis coach Douglas Burke says the workshops will be confined to players, coaches and parents. Dr. Aronson, an administrator of sports science for the USA Tennis Players Development, will focus on mental toughness and mental training. Leighton Hewitt came back from 2 sets down to beat Gaston Gaudio in their second round French Open clash at Roland Garros today. The 14th seed Hewitt looked out of sorts in losing the first 2 sets 6-4, 6-3 to the Argentinian, but then embarked on a remarkable comeback. He won the remaining 3 sets 6-2, 6-4, 6-2. Meanwhile, defending champion Rafael Nadal progressed to the third round with a straight sets win over Flavio Cipolla. Other men's winners were Marcos Baghdatis and Novak Djokovic. In the women's singles, number 2 seed Maria Sharapova dropped just 3 games in dispatching Jill Krebas 6-2, 6-1. 14th seed Patty Schneider dispatched Katerina Bodarenko with ease. 7th seed Anna Ivanovic beat Sania Mirza, and Katarina Shrabotnik defeated Vera Dushevina. Football now. 3 Jamaican referees will depart on Saturday to officiate at the CONCACAF Gold Cup tournament to be played in the United States between June 6 and June 24. Assistant referees Ricardo Morgan and Anthony Garwood will accompany referee Courtney Campbell. Sporting Central, Granville and St. George's are locked in a 3-way tie atop the standings in the 4-team Rand Nebu National Premier League playoffs following yesterday's first set of second-round games. The Sporting Central team handed pre-game favourite St. George's a 2-1 defeat at Brancourt in Clarendon, and Granville were held to a surprise 1-1 draw by bottom-placed Police National at Catherine Hall in Montego Bay. The top 2 teams will qualify for the 2007 to 2008 season of the National Premier League. Finally, defending champions Walgrovians A and Jamaica will face off this evening in Game 1 of the best-of-3 finals of the Jamaica Netball Association's Berger Paints Super League. The game will be played at the Leela Robinson Courts starting at 6. The teams had played to an exciting 46-all in the preliminary round. Game 2 will be played on Saturday. If necessary, the final game will be played on Sunday. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to mid-level trough across the Central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially across western and central areas. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. In our 3-day outlook, Friday will be partly cloudy in the afternoon with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly over northern and southwestern areas. On Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. And look for the same on Sunday with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms in the afternoon. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. Electoral Office of Jamaica now making last-minute corrections to the National Voters List in preparation for tonight's publication. Transport Minister says JUTC continues to operate at a loss despite advanced injection of $3 million from the Petrocaribe Fund. PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller accuses the electronic media of favoring the JLP in its coverage of election campaign activities. From the region, Bermudan government declares next Tuesday a public holiday to mark the funeral of former opposition leader Dame Louise Brown Evans. On the international scene, hundreds of prisoners serving life sentences in Italy have called for the president to bring back the death penalty. And in sports, Jamaica's batsman Marlon Samuels set to leave the island at 2:10 this afternoon to replace injured captain Ramnarish Sawan in the test squad in England. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
better price. Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, a 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today. For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited. Shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited. More parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And, you know, we have neglected our telephone callers since morning, so let's go directly to them and hear what they have to say. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning
good
to you,
day,
sir.
Mr.
Good
Perkins.
afternoon,
How
I
you
beg your
doing?
pardon.
You fine?
Eh?
You're fine?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Mutty,
Uh-huh.
let me ask you something. That jingle, that music you have coming on just before your show,
Uh-huh.
did somebody create that piece of music for you?
Which one is that?
Panam, Panam.
Oh,
Na, na.
I had nothing to do with it really, you know.
Okay, because it kind of spells out your name, you know?
It does?
Yeah, Mutty Perkins, Pana. You just thought that funny, man.
Eh?
And you think that was funny.
Yes, indeed.
But it does, doesn't it?
I don't really know. I never thought of it like that before.
Okay. Mutty, I've been gathering from the polls. Well, let me mention first of all a bit of news that came in a while ago about the Prime Minister accusing the media of taking sides with the opposition party.
Oh?
Yes.
She did that?
Well, that was just on a while ago.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that the media seems to be airing more of the opposition than it is the government while it campaigns.
Did you get that impression?
No, to be honest, no, I've never really gotten that impression. But, you know, for me, though, things like that are a clear sign of some changes that have actually started, you know.
Oh?
I think people are becoming a little bit more open.
And, I should have thought that would have been a sign of, you know, insecurity of...
No. But what I mean is people are becoming a little more open, so they're now geared towards listening to most sides. Maybe not all sides, but they're more geared now to listen to most sides.
Yes.
Unlike before. And, you know, the PNP, the Prime Minister might be, you know, used to, you know, getting the kind of airplay that would be sufficient enough to help them at all times. Now they realize that it's actually being shared, maybe equally, I'm not certain. You know, maybe it's being shared equally, and I guess there's a fair amount of unease. Especially, I mean, if you've been in power for almost 20 years, it's something you become used to and almost complacent with.
Yes, and you if you hear the other side getting a voice,
yes,
then you begin to wonder and feel insecure and wonder whether something is happening that shouldn't be happening, or
yes, it does create a fair amount of concern.
Yes,
but you know, I gather now, Mr. Perkins, that there are a large amount of people approaching, well, just over 40% of the 1.3 million, 1,330,000 approximately, people registered to vote. I understand that about 40% of them are still overly undecided. And I was listening to a repeat of a TV series this morning.
Yes.
On TVG, I think it was. And what was being discussed by some of the columnists and pollsters there was that at a time like this, most of the undecideds would be inclined, 40% of the undecideds would be inclined to go with the underdog. The underdog in this instance would be the Labour Party. You know,
how does the Labour Party come to be described as an underdog?
Well, meaning it's not in power. That was the term.
Hold on just a moment.
Yes.
My mother say, he way pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Paw Patchy is
12:30.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it seems to be a little problem with the line, though.
Yes.
But and I was just listening to that advertisement a while ago from Digicel.
Uh-huh.
You know, you pay the regular rates for making a phone call for the first 3 minutes. The fourth minute onwards, you pay only $3 a minute.
Uh-huh.
You know, can you imagine what would have happened if Cable and Wireless had still remained the only telecoms company in this country?
Well,
you know, back then we're paying anywhere from $50 to $75 to make a long-distance call.
it speaks to the merit of competition.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my point, sir. The whole idea of allowing our political parties to be competitive and the competition that you create between the political parties should allow for them to bring out the best that they're able to put up
Yes.
in terms of being able to run our economy.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Perkins, I want to go back to the 60s. I might not have been around much in those days, but I know you were.
Mm-hmm.
And those were growth periods for the Jamaican economy. Mark you, in those days, I think the vast majority of the world was poor, you know. And then we move up into the 70s. We had a considerable amount of decline in the 70s. And we move over into the 80s. The 80s were tough days. I remember the 80s. The first part of the 80s up to the middle part of the 80s was tough.
Uh-huh.
Up to the early 90s was okay. 91, 92. And from 92 until now, you know, Jamaica has had a steady decline.
Yeah. Well, you know why the first part of the 80s were tough?
Yeah, I know. It's a run over from the 70s.
Well, if you lost 25% of your economy
yes, but
in the 1970s, then the process of recovery was a tough one.
Yes.
And, you know, in addition to that, there was a problem with the bauxite industry. You remember that?
Yes, I distinctly remember that.
Yeah.
But you realize why the first part of the 90s was also... You realize why the first few years of the 90s were also a growth period for the country.
Yes, indeed. A handover from the
right.
From the 80s. Yes.
My argument is this, Mr. Perkins, and I'm not here to campaign. I'd just rather be upfront and honest. You know, what I'm really saying is that for those who are undecided, if you're interested in your country being a good country, being a great country, not just thinking of one country in the world. I mean, people talk about America being a great nation. Jamaica can also be a great nation, you know, but we've yet to realize that. And if we look at when we had growth in our economy, you know, look at who was running the economy then. The 60s and the 80s were being run by the Labour Party. The 70s, the 90s, and the early part of this century is being run by the
Yes,
PNP.
well, we weren't doing all that badly in the 1950s.
I'm talking about after independence, really.
Yes.
Because the 50s, I understand, were okay days, and the PNP did play a good role, a fair role back then.
Yes.
You know, but the fact of the matter, Mr. Perkins, my argument, which I wish to get across to a number of people is, you know, think clearly. You know, when I go back, Mr. Perkins, to think about the islands, the smaller islands in the Caribbean, and what they were like many years ago. Because fortunately, we had the opportunity of living in the Bahamas many years ago. You know, and for some time I also lived in the Caymans. And it is amazing when you look at those places compared to Jamaica now, because Jamaica used to be a place of prominence, way beyond, light years ahead.
But hold on a little bit. Do you remember were you old enough to remember the federal elections?
No.
And the whole issue of not federal elections, the referendum.
Oh, for the Federation of the
Yes,
Caribbean.
as to whether Jamaica would remain in the Federation or would leave. You don't remember that?
No, I wasn't around.
Well, you know what the argument was essentially about?
No.
Certainly on the part of the advocates of independence, right? That Jamaica, we didn't want to have all these damn little islands hanging like albatrosses round our necks.
But
we were going somewhere.
But there's a stark difference between those islands and us.
Yeah.
You know, they had never paused to practice an ideology.
Yes.
That they figured would have been able to help. Their focus was on building their economies. I mean, we live in a country where we still have politicians calling their friends and associates comrades. I mean, we're not fighting any wars. You know, and for you to have that mindset of still referring to people in an archaic way of a comrade, you know, when you should really be concentrating on building your economy.
Absolutely.
It shows exactly where your mind is.
Yes.
And if your mind is back there, it simply means you have no vision for the future.
Do you remember, do you realize that prior to independence, Cayman was a dependency of Jamaica?
It was referred to as Western Westmoreland, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the Caymanian dollar and the Caymanian dollar and the Jamaican dollar were equally priced.
Yes.
$1.20 US.
Yes.
$1.20 US to one Jamaican, one Caymanian dollar.
Oh, I remember that when I was a little boy. I remember that when I was a little boy.
Today, the Jamaican dollar is worth, it requires about 68 Jamaican dollars to fetch $1 US.
Yes.
You know what the Caymanian dollar fetches?
I have a fair idea.
Huh?
I have a fair idea.
My understanding is that it's still $1.20 US.
It's still the same. It is still the same, Mr. Perkins.
And Cayman has something, the 5th largest banking deposits in the world.
That is correct.
Oh, God.
That is correct. I mean, those are successes that we could be enjoying here.
Let me ask you, the brain that figured that one out, why didn't we import it into Jamaica before we went off on independence? And then, we should have found him in Cayman, arrested him, brought him here, and said, "No, look here, you're either going to figure that to do that thing in Jamaica, or we're going to deal with you."
You know, Mr. Perkins, I hope, I go back to saying, I hope that we make the right decisions. I hope we make the right decisions for the next time round. Come election day. On the other hand, no, Mr. Perkins, Mike Henry and his push for reparation for slavery. You know, I'd want to register this to Mr. Henry. That is something, the approach is something I disagree with. Because I think if we're going to be looking for reparations from the Europeans, we should also be looking for it from the Africans.
Yes.
You know, from the African governments there. And let us not forget that today is 2007. All right, almost approaching 300 years since slavery was abolished. There are now more slaves in the world than there were back then.
Yes.
There are 20 million slaves in Africa.
Yes.
And the unfortunate thing is that most of these slaves are enslaved by other black people.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
But look here, sir. To begin with, I think that the British have almost killed us with generosity.
No,
right?
Mr. Perkins, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some kind of payment.
No,
don't get me wrong.
Hold on a moment.
Oh.
Among the things that they have done, right, is subsidized our sugar industry and our banana industry and give us grants, and you realize what the effect of that has been.
That has helped us down.
It has been disastrous in its consequences,
yes.
Right? Because we have been living on inefficiency for God knows how many years.
We have been cultured. We have been cultured
to inefficiency.
Inefficiency, Mr.
Right?
Perkins.
We produce sugar at a price far above the world market, and the British subsidy makes it possible to continue doing so, right? And one of the things that we need to understand, sir, is we need to begin to have some confidence in ourselves, to see ourselves as human beings with the same quality of kind of brain that other human beings have,
yes,
which enable them to do all kinds of things, to emerge from the cave, right? And to get to the point where they can put a man on the moon, right? And we can do that kind of thing too. We can start thinking and developing ourselves and achieving what we want to achieve.
But we can't.
What do we keep on looking back to 300 years ago?
Mr. Perkins, we can. I mean, there are so many firsts in this country. You know, I mean, we had a railroad system before there was one in the great United States.
Uh-huh.
We had a telephone system in Kingston.
Absolutely.
Before there was one in New York City.
But you know, sir, I keep repeating myself. I was sitting in London one day, watching a television, and this was the I think it was the Olympics that were held in Australia, right? And they were talking about the 4x400 relay coming up, and they're talking about the Americans and the Russians and the British and whomever, right? And then the man said 2 minutes before the race was due to start, he said, "Oh, you know, there are a couple of other teams in the race. You know, there's one from Jamaica and one from Bermuda or Bahamas or something like that,
mm-hmm.
right?" And then the race started, and the commentator was saying, "The United States, Jamaica, the United States, Jamaica, 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 United States, Jamaica." And I said to myself, "But my God, what is this about? Here is a country, one of the richest, probably the richest country in the world, with a population of 300 million odd people, right? And on the other hand, a little pauperized place in it with 2 million people, 2.5 million people, right? And they're being mentioned in the same breath like this,
yes,
right? And it struck me that our politicians at home would be saying, "Oh, how wonderful a thing we have done." But what they would not do is to take that as an example of what we are capable of.
Mr.
Right?
Perkins, I agree with you.
Right? We can be up there mixing with the biggest and richest countries in the world when it comes to athletics, because our people have had the opportunity to go into athletics. Give them the opportunity to go into science now.
Precisely.
And see what they will do.
But Mr. Perkins, I mean, look at the psychology of the whole thing. I mean, you'd find that there are some Jamaicans who'd want to tell you about...
Hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is 12:45.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank. Your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money
right in Lionel Town and Wool Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes. I just wanted to mention...
Not hearing you very well at all.
No, I just wanted to go back to something I'd mentioned earlier. Mike Henry. I hope, Mr. Henry, that if we are ever...
Hold on just a moment. Something has happened to us, to the sound. It is as if you're totally... I don't know what is going on.
I don't know.
Yes?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, all right. Speak up a bit for me then.
Yes. I was just saying, to Mr. Henry, that if we're ever able to collect that reparation money,
yes,
we should use
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think so. But if we ever do, I think we should use it to buy back those 20 million slaves that are still in Africa.
Yes.
But let me go on to mention this to you. We're talking about countries and where we're going and comparing ourselves to the United States and being spoken about in the same tones and so on. But something I want to mention to you, Mr. Perkins, it's the whole idea of when we choose to idolize, we choose to idolize Fidel Castro as opposed to wanting to idolize Lee Kuan Yew.
Lee Kuan Yew.
You see the contrast?
Yes, sir.
Because you hear people talk about it all the time. They'll talk about Fidel, but forgetting, really what the strides and the struggles are about.
Yes.
One last thing now, Mr. Perkins.
It is as if we abhor success.
Yes, it would appear that way. It would appear, and I wish the university, I wish one of the faculties there would look at.
Oh, come on, the university.
One last thing now, Mr. Perkins.
Let me tell you something, sir. Is there any evidence of any thinking going on in the university?
I'm not certain all the time, There is a fair amount.
You think so?
But in the wrong direction sometimes. Sometimes they do go in the wrong direction. One last thing, Mr. Perkins. I might have a finger on why it is the Prime Minister might be worried about the media.
Why what?
The Prime Minister might be worried about the media and what she perceives to be their leaning. You know what is happening in Venezuela, right?
Yes.
And you know that Hugo Chavez has shut down one of the radio stations
there. Television station.
Television stations, right? Because he said they did not support him.
Yes.
In the attempt to have him overthrown. I'm wondering if
birds of a feather flock together.
I think some of these media people better start worrying, because if she goes back, they might find themselves in trouble. They might be shut down.
Show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are.
But you be very careful, you hear? Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling from London, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I'm calling with regards to the Air Jamaica, it's the London route.
Yes.
We are caught in a rather spiral of confusion here in London, and we're absolutely disgusted by the handling of this and the fact that, we didn't know anything. In particular, the agents, who were, in fact, the majority agents affected are Jamaican agents.
Yes.
And there's just a lot of complaints and confusion here.
Yes.
And the Air Jamaica management has still not yet addressed the situation here in London, and we're diehard supporters of our national airline.
Yes. Well, I tell you something. We only heard what had happened. I mean, we've been hearing rumors for some time. But it was only, when was it? Day before yesterday, I think, that Air Jamaica made a statement on the matter. Right?
Yeah.
And I really don't understand what the devil has been going on. Why?
Well, we're totally confused here, because the fact of the matter is that the tickets are booked beyond October 27th. They have stopped or will cease operations during the very peak when.
Well, I believe that you will have the option.
Full.
People who have done that will have the option, I'm sure, of traveling on what's the name of the airline? Spirit, Virgin, yes.
Virgin.
Yes, Virgin Airlines.
But they will only be doing 2 flights into Kingston, whereas Air Jamaica usually have 7 flights in.
Yes.
Not only that, they've now transferred us flying from Heathrow to Gatwick Airport, which is a total inconvenience to most of the persons who travel to Jamaica.
Yes.
On top of that, we're losing £40 per suitcase because Air Jamaica usually offers £70. Virgin will be offering 50.
Yes.
The slot that they sold at Heathrow Airport, which amounts to millions of pounds, I'm not sure whether that was negotiated right. Mr. Perkins, we are really just upset here. And we're asking whether or not Mr. Pinnacle or whomever will come to London to answer some of our questions and satisfy us.
Yes.
Because Air Jamaica demise in London is not because of the bad customer service that we've had and the severe delays and cancellations of flights.
Yes.
Although it has, got better in the last couple of months. But I went down in Jamaica in March, and there was only about 50 persons on the plane to Jamaica.
50 persons?
Yes, that was all that was on that flight.
When was this?
This was in March.
Oh, hell. Now, why?
I thought they were raptured, and I thought I was left here on Earth because I didn't understand it. And nobody gives answers, because when you book on the flight, they tell you that all seats are taken. But when you get on the flight, or you wanted an upgrade, you're told you can't have one.
Yes.
But when you get on the flight, I had a choice of about 100 seats.
Oh, hell. Well,
so we are asking Air Jamaica management, really, to address the situations with Jamaicans here in this country.
Sir, Air Jamaica has been badly run right from the very start. Right? It has never been efficiently operated. And it has been losing money, and has got into the habit of losing money and having its losses covered by public funds. Right? That is the problem with it.
But this is a follow-up. If you look also, the Trinidad and Tobago airline went the same route. I'm wondering if there was a conspiracy, it's a long shot, for small airlines like ours in the Caribbean.
Yes.
Because I know that Virgin and British Airways have been dying to get the Air Jamaica slot at Heathrow. I know that we can make money from the London to Jamaica route. I was one of the first on that flight. In fact, I covered the television coverage of that flight, and maybe I'll have to cover the demise of it on the 27th of October, I'm very, very shocked and dismayed and angry and annoyed and ashamed.
Yes.
As a gentleman was saying earlier about we're a great nation, and I love Jamaica. I'm there 3-4 times a year. And when you compare that to, as the gentleman was saying previously, to the Cayman Islands, etc., what are we doing?
Yes.
We have some brilliant minds in Jamaica, and maybe the previous caller should enter into government or become an advisor to those who are aspiring to become leaders and politicians.
Yes, well.
I don't know. We're very saddened here, and Air Jamaica needs to desperately arrange through their offices here in the UK to discuss this with us, and because we will not have an aircraft, we will be flying Virgin. There won't be any Air Jamaica, nothing Jamaica on the aircraft. We are really just annoyed. Plus, there'll be a lot of job losses from the agents who will have to restructure, and some of them are still not told whether or not the tickets will be honored, and all kinds of things. Air Jamaica management needs to respond very quickly through its offices. Well, Mr. Perkins, thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
Okay, sir, bye-bye.
All the best to you. I don't know. I don't know when we're going to sort of sit down and make some rational decisions about that Air Jamaica. I mean, it's it's been a drain on public resources now for years. And even when we said we were privatizing it, all that we did was give the ownership of it to private persons and gave them the power to make decisions that we, in the end, had to pay for out of public funds. And no change has been made at Air Jamaica that seems to work in terms of making the airline efficient and making it pay its own way. And there are other airlines in the world that are doing reasonably well. I pointed out Singapore Airlines. They're apparently very successful. Now, what is it about Singapore Airlines that enables them to be successful when Air Jamaica is finding these problems and, well, imposing the problems upon us? Hello? 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 Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Anyhow, I hear the Prime Minister says that the electronic media is giving preferential treatment to the JLP.
Is it the electronic media, she says?
Yeah, man, that's what I heard on the 12 o'clock news.
Oh, is that so?
Well, look, I should get the bite already and the gate don't fly.
The electronic media?
He's giving preferential treatment to the opposition.
Oh?
But, Mr. Perkins, you remember a couple of months ago that the Prime Minister said she neither read nor listen pertaining to the news?
Yeah. Yes.
So I mean that with the election coming up, she paying greater attention to the news as to who they favor.
Well, I don't know if that is what it means.
Or maybe she's being advised to say that by her handlers. You agree with that?
Well, maybe there are persons listening to the media who are telling her this.
Yeah, man, could be the handlers. But I have been studying the media over the last couple of months, and I know that the GLP gone clear, you know.
The GLP?
Yeah, man, gone clear.
Hold on just a moment.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You know that at certain times surveys are carried out to find out the ratings of various programs.
Uh-huh.
And you know that the ratings that you have decide on the amount of advertisement that you get in most cases.
Uh-huh.
And there's one particular talk show that they said was number 1.
Oh.
And they cut down the daily time from 3.5 hours to 3 hours.
Uh-huh.
So for the week, they would have been reduced by 2.5 hours.
Uh-huh.
So if they were still on top in terms of the rating, then you know that they wouldn't cut down their program.
I see.
And then what they do, they go around and restructure the whole system that it caused some furor, even in terms of transfer of certain people that host program, etc.
Uh-huh.
And a couple of years back, they take off the night program.
Uh-huh.
And those programs are highly supportive of the government.
Is that
so? That is an inclination as to what is going on, because I brought it to attention of a pollster about 6 weeks ago. And he said that there could be some validity to that, but he wasn't looking at it from that angle.
I see.
All right. Next thing, Mr. Perkins. Down in Venezuela, whereby the hero of our government, Mr. Hugo Chavez, closed down the television station.
Uh-huh.
That they say is the most popular television station in the country. That
yes.
is financed by the private sector.
Yes.
And controlled by the state.
Uh-huh.
And he's uttering about him going to take over oil companies and everything down there. Whether you want to call it socialism or communism, they say, show me your company, I'll tell you who you are.
Well, I don't know about it being either socialism or communism, sir. It sounds like dictatorship to me.
Yeah, man, then whether socialism or communism are just two different names, but it is dictatorship to the extent.
Yes.
And when you look at it, you see the European Union said that have expressed concern as to the actions that are being carried out by Mr. Chavez.
Uh-huh.
And you know that the European Union has assisted us greatly in the agricultural sector in terms of banana, and they have assisted us in terms of road building.
Uh-huh.
But you know the deadly silence on the part of these leftists that we have in this government.
Oh.
Some of the leftists of the 70s are even turned up at this time to be candidates of the People's National Party.
Uh-huh.
So Jamaican people better open their eyes. They were afraid of Castro. But Chavez said he is going to turn the whole of this section of Latin America into socialism. So they better open their eyes and make sure they do the right thing when the gate is flown.
All right, sir.
All right, next
Thank
thing.
you.
The World Cup that you had the other day, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
The World Cup. We hear about Greenfield and the elephant that exists down there.
Greenfield?
Yeah, man, down in Trelawny.
Oh, you mean the cow pasture?
The cobweb and the cow pasture.
Uh-huh.
That I tell you that we could place the buffaloes. But when I look at it, I see whereby the Jamaica Business Development Center, that is controlled by the government, and was involved in promotion, teaching business people about the services that they should be embarking on in order to derive benefit from this World Cup. They say businesses score duck at World Cup. And I see where Mr. Colin Porter, the manager of technical services, is saying that the World Cup failed where businesses is concerned in Jamaica, and he made particular reference to the One Love Jamaica Village in New Kingston, which he said was closed 1 week after it was opened, because it was supposed to be an extravaganza of the best in Jamaican craft and foods, but it fizzled out due to poor crowd support.
I see.
So the level of crowd support that they tell the people that would accrue and the amount of money that would be made.
But this is an old story.
Yeah, man, but it don't materialize. And now they say that $20 million was spent by the JBDC. That is taxpayers' money, you know. And you hear what Mr. Porter said. Everyone learn how to do business in a different way. I think the experience was good in that we now know how to deal with events of this magnitude. So what they were dealing with was trial and error.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. P.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Keeping?
Not too bad.
Good. And the lady that read our email seems in fine fettle.
Yes.
Very good. Now then, I don't know your ears is going to manage this one. There's a gentleman in Parliament there who is asking for us to get reparation.
Oh, yes.
But I want you to advise me because you've got a very sound mind and brilliant mind. I want reparation from this government. And when I say reparation, I'll tell you for what. How can you, or how could this government sell out Petrodram? Something valued 300 million. Sell it out, 49% of it, for $64 million.
Uh-huh.
That is 1%, and it would be an half. Oh, that pans out with me. That is driving me further into impoverishment. You're selling it to Venezuela, who are richer people than us, and them have oil and we don't have none.
Well,
Look here,
sir,
that is madness. It's craziness. Past it all understanding. I don't understand that.
I think the government has some explaining to do.
Who value these things? Who value these things? I don't understand. It must be like the value of the valuator at the Public Accounts Committee. Who got up and say yesterday, I heard him saying, and I don't know, I'll call his name, Mr. Keith Desmond Knight. He says 70 million to build that hotel is totally inadequate. Totally inadequate. I don't understand if when he became a quantity surveyor. When did he become a QS? You know of that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's talking on the basis of
what?
Evidence that was presented to the committee. I don't know.
Evidence was presented to the parts of the committee, and I listened and I watched and I read it. So I don't understand how this man can jump up and say it was totally inadequate. They should have gone to him in the first place. They blundered. They should have gone to him in the first place and let him put his figure what it would cost to build it. Now he's getting up and telling us a load of piffle. I don't understand.
You know, sir,
huh?
I tell you something. This is an embarrassment to the government, or potential embarrassment. And I think that they're being very careful to try to sort of hold it off. They don't want to go into an election with, well, I don't know.
I don't know where they're going to go.
Huh?
Incidentally, I watched a program last night. And I will have to knight this lady. Lady Hyacinth Bennett.
Hyacinth Bennett.
What a great lady. You know something? That lady could represent me in any forum. She could represent me in England, America, Switzerland, anywhere. She did her things with decorum.
Yes.
And she put it properly.
She was very good. I tell you something. You know
Yes.
what I would like to get? A copy of that manifesto that is not a manifesto.
Oh, what is it?
Huh?
Well, one of the man there was Dickie Crawford. He didn't know what it was really. He didn't know. He never knew whether to shave or shampoo, and you know what the other S is. Unprintable. We have 3 S's, you know. Shave, shampoo, and the other one is S. It's a S, all right. He didn't know whether he's coming or going. You know, this country, they're taking people for idiots.
Well.
Listen to this one now. And I want to empathize with the lady who lost her child, the father, mother, the school, and everybody down at the boulevard.
Yes.
You understand?
It's so very sad, isn't it?
It is sad. It pains my heart. I hate to speak about it, but I have to speak about it because I hear some utterances that is so preposterous. It makes you want to spit. Somebody said the man misjudged the light. The man misjudged the light. Is that what lights are on the road for us to misjudge
it?
Is that what they are there for?
Well, it could be argued that we have to make it. But you see the light. The light is green, you go through. The light is red, you stop.
Look here.
But what apparently happened was that he was driving at high speed in an effort to be able to go through.
It is just like a senior superintendent say, a man the argument that a man is innocent until he's proven guilty,
Yes.
it is semantics. It is nonsense. And another one is nonsense where a minister throw away over 800 million of the taxpayers' money, and then the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister, got up and said, youthful exuberance. We must thank the people who gave us the English language, because we spin it and talk a lot about youthful exuberance. You waste the taxpayers' money. You make a... We're doing, of course. People telling you about youthful exuberance. You waste the taxpayers' money. You make a man come in here and take up so much money, taxpayers, and then ride off like a knight in shining armor. And then he blame it on internal disturbance down at Tivoli Garden.
Well.
A man named Mr. Joe Pereira. I have it in the paper there.
Oh?
And I wrote a letter about it. And Mr. Martin Henry wrote a letter saying he's sorry for the minister. And I said, sorry for the minister for what? You ought to be sorry for us, the taxpayers. The minister lost nothing, none of his own money. He put none of his own money. And he's carried on recklessly.
Well, I take it that the minister is a taxpayer too.
Oh, in his capacity as a taxpayer. Oh, that brings me to another point. I never know when the Attorney General is speaking as the Attorney General or he's speaking as advisor to the PMP. That is Mr. Anky Panky. When is he, if he knew then what he know now? And up till this day, we don't know what he knew at Traffic Guru.
Yeah, he would keep his mouth shut.
Yes.
Well, I wonder what he knows about this Chen Yong issue. Why he has kept his mouth shut.
Why he has kept his mouth shut. Look, I don't finish with my reparation, you know. I want reparation for the amount of money they throw away in the damn National Solid Waste. I want some of that. I want reparation there. And there is other things. $9 billion that they spent on Cricket World Cup. I want reparation on that. And that reparation, I'll decide that it should go towards education in this country. If all those reparation, because I listened to one this morning, Corporal Artley Stewart from the Police Federation, talking about the ground commander of all rights, or whatever rights he has bestowed upon him, to grant permission for some gala function here and there, and taking 14-point-something million, that's the figure that was mentioned, 14-point-something million off the top, and they're getting a pittance out of it. You hear that one?
I didn't. No, I missed that.
Emily Cook got so red.
Which program was that on?
Emily Cook's program is I think it's a nationwide in the morning.
Yes.
And she said, what? We will have to follow this up because that is corruption. I heard it out of her mouth. She never hesitated.
That thing needs to be looked into, you know.
And she said, Corporal, you've opened a can of worms.
Yeah.
This is more than a can of worms. 14-point-something million and all those.
But you know, sir, corruption has become so commonplace in Jamaica that, you know, it is hardly surprising that that kind of thing is going on.
Look here. I'll leave you with this one.
Hold on a moment for me, please.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:16.
Paul, me never did tell you about the Super Value specials at Wendy's.
No, Oliver, but
you know them have 3 different meals for only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, and the 5-piece chicken nuggets, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious like everything at Wendy's, and each only $195 including GCT.
Sounds like good value.
The best value in town. It's Wendy's high quality at low price.
The Super Value specials at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Mr. V.
Yeah.
I want some reparation from Mirren. I want some of that 600 million that they're coolly laughing all the way down to the bank.
Yeah.
And our world-class finance minister said, don't say anything because they'll run away and they've got this money and they're loaded with cash. Loaded with cash. I know that they have taken us to the cleaners. I know that they have made a lot of money out of Jamaica.
Well,
along with, Good Hope or Good Works?
Yes, sir, but I wouldn't blame them if the Jamaican government gave them the option of...
Let us hold on to what we have got. Let us hold on to what we have got.
But that isn't Moran's fault. That is the fault of the Jamaican government.
We're a poor little impoverished country.
Yes.
Why should we be telling some people that we want reparation for what? I know my grandfather. I knew my grandfather. I knew my father. And they weren't slaves. Neither was I. I was not slave. I want reparation for what we have here. And what we're giving away. We're going to give away more than half.
Well, you know, sir, what we're giving away more than anything else in this country is opportunity. Right?
That's right.
We have opportunity. And we are ignoring the opportunity and we are tossing it out of the window and so on. And then we complain about our poverty and that we want reparation.
And it's somebody else's fault.
Yes.
We're riddled with corruption in this country. Riddled. One was exposed this morning on the radio. Was exposed and you never hear a whimper about it.
Which one was that?
The one that is the ground officer, the ground troops, the man in charge of the ground troops, and the police want pay when they go to any function.
Oh, that.
They want to pay because the higher officer is collecting.
But I don't think that, I don't know that the police, I mean, if the police are going to do some extraordinary service.
Yes.
I mean, it would seem to me that is an arrangement that should be made in the ministry.
Mr. P.
And any funds paid should go into the consolidated fund.
Wherever they make that money, it should be done in a illuminated condition.
Absolutely.
It should be done in an illuminated condition.
Absolutely.
It should not be done that the ground commander does what he feels like. And then you send the men into action, men, and you stop at the back and rake off
That's
the top.
absolutely true, sir. And I think that what this requires is an investigation.
Of course.
It should not just be left up like that.
This is not Sicily.
You know?
This is not Sicily where the gangsters take off their own off the top.
Absolutely. Anyway,
you want to go.
thank you very much. Yeah?
All right,
All
good.
the best
Safe
to you.
travel, safe travel.
Thank you. Okay, we have the emails for you.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Paul.
Mr. Perkins, I heard you speaking to Mr. James Robinson about the Prime Minister's campaigning in a helicopter. Mr. Perkins, I'm in Manchester, and a few days ago I heard a helicopter. It was in fact a JDF helicopter heading to South Manchester. The Prime Minister was supposed to be touring there that day. That was May 30th. That was yesterday. I don't know if she was a passenger, but Mr. Perkins, take my word for it. Look into the matter. These are public entities using public funds.
Yes, well, I think we need to get some information about that.
Mr. Perkins, it seems like Sister P is now taking aim at the media. Speaking at the presentation of the Manchester PNP candidates last night, Mrs. Simpson Miller, that is last night, yes, Wednesday night, Mrs. Simpson Miller slapped the hands of journalists for their anti-PNP bias. She implied that coverage of her campaign was one-sided, with the media both failing to give her equal time. She further stated that the television stations are editing footage to make it appear that the crowds being pulled by PNP allies are more scarce than they actually are. It seems to me to be an unnecessary provocation of the media by the Prime Minister. She seems to be setting up the field reporters for abuse by her supporters.
Well,
mindful of what happened to that CVM van in St. Mary. This is particularly alarming coming so soon after the PNP supporter attacked a Jamaica Observer vehicle at a rally in Otter Bay on Thursday, May 24th. The attack was due to the quote-unquote comrades' view that the Jamaica Observer was a JLP paper. Are we to expect more such attacks in light of the Prime Minister's announcement? It would seem to me that someone sent by God should spend less time griping about coverage and putting the lives of journalists in danger, and more time in preaching peace and learning to govern the country.
Well, I hope that that it doesn't turn out as you have suggested there.
Good day, Mr. Perkins. I know it's very difficult reading propaganda to discern what is really taking place. From the articles I am listing below, it seems this Petrojam refinery deal has been sold to Mr. Chavez about 3 times more than its latest reported book value. Here, 3 times more?
Oh?
I think he means 3 times less.
Anyway, let's hear it.
Here are my 3 questions about this deal. 1. What is the real value of Petrojam? Because the last valuation in the public domain prior to the sale was $300 million. 2. How does one pay only $63.7 million for just over a third of what was valued as US $3 million.
No, it's not a third. 49%. It's just under 50%.
So
just
far, it looks...
One percentage point less than a half.
So far, it looks like we have gotten nearly US $500 million from Mr. Chavez in the course of 3 years. Yet at the outset, it was never made clear to the Jamaican people that Venezuela or Mr. Chavez would be making a US $500 million investment over 3 years. Until now, that is. So what is the real deal? It seems to me that someone is doing a bit of cleaning up and backstopping after the fact.
I don't know what's going on.
Mutty, thanks for making those points regarding Air Jamaica's losses. If the route is riddled with ruts, why does the British Virgin Airway want it so desperately?
If the what?
If the British Airways, I suppose he means BOAC.
Yes.
Wants it so desperately. British Virgins, that's the Virgin Airline, wants it so desperately. It couldn't be, in other words, it's not a non-paying and non-profit-making entity.
Because BOAC wanted it.
Yes, and the British Virgin Islands lobbied hard to get it.
Yes, indeed.
So obviously it's not a sort of debt-ridden entity and a non-profit-making.
It is a non-profit-making route. What we have is a non-profit-making company. A company that seems to be incapable of making a profit. Whatever the route.
Mr. Perkins, it seems that Miss Commissioner Lucius Thomas is following the footsteps of his sponsor for the post, former Prime Minister Mr. P.J. Patterson, who faced every uncomfortable question or incident with utter silence. Yes, Mr. Perkins, this matter of the Police Federation's accusations about gazetted officers having private security companies which are enlisted by people putting on a variety of events and paid enormous sums. I'm sure I heard the gentleman say last night on a program that one such event was in the region of $12 million for the security payment alone. And the Federation learnt of it and made certain interventions, at the end of which they were able to collect some $4 million from this gazetted officer. It wasn't made clear, but I'm assuming that it was from this gazetted officer who had received the $12 million. Mr. Perkins, we need to hear from the Commissioner of Police. This is one he cannot pass on to Mr. Shields.
No, I think we need an investigation, a thorough investigation into this allegation. It's a very, very serious matter. But then, the whole country is so overtaken by corruption that I don't know. We're going to take a break. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
Hey, Red. Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins, good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but this saying, when I was going to the country, what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Uh-huh.
How is it that our newspapers attack the Starbucks News for the Guyana president for withdrawing the advertisement from the
yes.
So what are they saying when
about Mr. Chavez?
Yeah, that madman. What are they saying about him?
Eh?
What are you saying about him? Aren't you a part of the media?
Yes.
Are you a part of the media association or the press association?
No, I'm not.
You are not?
No.
Okay, I see. The other thing, my personal view, Mr. Chavez, is that
I didn't really have a great deal to say about the Starbucks.
Okay.
All right.
Because I figure I saw some full page advertisement in all the newspaper and even the Sunday Herald about it. So I wonder, I don't hear anybody say anything about Mr.
Well,
Chavez.
it is a press freedom problem, but I'm not surprised that something like this happens in Guyana, nor am I surprised that it happens in Venezuela.
But if it happens in Venezuela and happens in Guyana, can it happen here?
It what?
If it happens in Venezuela, Guyana, can it happen here?
I'm sure it can happen here.
I remember being a young person in the 70s, quite
Yes.
young, when Mr. Manley marched on the Glen and said, next time.
Next time.
Next time,
Yes.
next time. So more or less, soon and very soon, it will be for somebody else. And with our Prime Minister saying that thing last night, more or less, she's becoming very upset and quite uncertain about her whole thing, So more or less, soon and very soon, if somebody is saying things about the government, they might withdraw the advertisement or something of the sort. So, what else is coming?
Well,
Then, Mr. Berger, did you see the news? Did you saw the news last night when the man who the police shot him because he turned back? Yes.
But then you see, sir, what is happening in Jamaica? That policeman knows. What do you think is going to happen as a result?
Nothing. The policeman tells a story, and then the court case takes 5 years, 6 years.
Yes.
And then the policeman is free again.
Yes, and if even he brings a civil case, right? You and I will pay for it.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
But where's the sanction against the policeman?
There is very little in the way of it. I mean, if a policeman is caught taking a bribe from a motorist, he is in trouble, right? Because they will charge him, and he will be convicted on evidence and sent to prison, right? And he will be out of the police force. If somebody, that man says that the policeman shot him, right? You think that there is much of a chance of that policeman being taken to court and being convicted and sent to prison?
Absolutely no chance.
Okay, well.
No chance.
You don't think so?
No, there's hardly any chance because the other thing is that policeman is a grass eater.
A what?
Grass eater. Maybe he is a constable or or a corporal or something like that. He's a grass eater. So I'm not saying that, I read it where the chairman of the Police Federation said that.
Oh, is that so?
Say if corruption, they must get rid of the grass eater and the meat eater. If it's in today's Gleaner.
I see.
Small section here it talks about the ground commanders enlisting the officers to do the work that private security that are contracted to private security.
Yes. And collecting huge sums of money.
Big money.
Is that really true?
That's what the policeman is saying.
So the policeman is saying
if fish come from what I'm telling you, don't.
Well, I tell you something, sir. It seems to me that this requires a thorough investigation. But is it going to be done?
I have a strong doubt. Sorry to say, maybe as a quite young person, I'm a bit negative. But what I see, maybe they will say that. But it is true. Which investigation will be done? My personal police was that I call it a body cookie. If you come up in the line, I know that maybe one of these days the constable can go up to be a superintendent. So you keep rubbing this constable's back, and you must go there and see how they behave. It's just real body system.
Yes.
You take care of me, and I take care of you, and everybody down the line. So corruption is actually endemic. It's like it's on the bottom to the top and everywhere. So you can't tell me to do anything because you had sent me to that man to do something.
Yes.
Right? It's really, really a sorry case we're in.
Well,
but can a corrupt police force investigate a corrupt police force?
Well,
I didn't say that either, Mr. Perkins.
But then, sir, the corruption is not limited to the police force, right? If the government of Jamaica wanted to have a police force that was not corrupt, it would have at least made some significant efforts to go there, right? But what has the government done about this?
Because the police force serves the purpose of the government.
Well, why is it that if a policeman is caught taking a bribe, he can go to prison and they can end up in prison? But if he's shooting somebody, right? Well, that is not likely to end up that way.
Maybe some persons are some Christians where some sin is greater than some.
Yes, you remember that policeman that shot the man at the telephone booth?
Yes, I met that. I happened to meet that man. I happened to meet him and he told me the full story.
What happened to that case?
I think the policeman ran away. And how about this one that shoot that young guy in Twin Gates Plaza? That policeman ran away too. And I know it personally because that young man used to call my brother uncle. It's not a case where I know that personally.
Yes.
Right? Every time I think of it, we were even talking about it yesterday, and I said, boy, that little guy was so much of a pleasant young man. Right? Even though he's not really my neighbor, he calls me uncle. And every time I think of it, yeah. So and every day, a couple weeks ago, I was at the barber, and this man was saying that the police must kill every criminal. Every criminal. You know what I said to him? I said to him, police ever shoot any vehicle? And he said, no. I said, let me tell you something. I have a mechanic, Mr. Perkins. That guy works quite well. But some people is just cocky and don't business what they say. Some people
it's not that they're cocky, sir. They're stupid.
No, my mechanic. He's a very good guy. But he's a bit cocky, and he'll just, if he's going to tell you something, he'll just shout it out done. Finish. That's the fault him have.
Yes, but he's not thinking. Maybe he thinks about mechanical problems, but not about problems like that.
No, I am talking about my mechanic.
Yes.
I'm telling what happened to him. He has a Nissan, what was Nissan, the Portuguese cars. Alright? Things are a bit dark and everything on the line. So, gone in town with his friends, have a couple of drinks, drive along Maxfield Avenue, and the policeman opened fire on his car.
Open
fire, shoot up the car. Nobody got shot. The next morning, they followed him home. The next morning, they took him to the police station. And you know what happened? When an inspector came in our sign, the inspector was livid. So how come? What is happened to this man? The only thing I can tell you, this man is just feisty. Nothing else. I don't know him. I have no gun. He's never been a gunman because he will not keep any company with anybody because he's just too feisty if you have any company to make anybody in charge of him. That's the type of guy you have no rule over him. He will tell you anything because he said that nobody will have any control over him. And you know what happened in the longer run? The policemen fix his car secretly. Replace the windshield, replace the side glass, because when they realize what they got into. Because here comes that little senior officer who knows this man and know what that man wouldn't bring a gunman in his vehicle.
Yeah.
And when he said, but I said, listen to me, it doesn't reach you as yet. It doesn't reach you because I remember a guy who used to live out here, lives in West Kingston, lives in the States now. He tell me he feels safer with a white American police than a black policeman in Jamaica. He said, listen, I have far more rights there, and I'm an immigrant, than what I have in my country.
In Jamaica.
You know, which is sad. And then when we have the great Jamaican, we're talking about reparation. Reparation for what? I was never a slave.
Yes, indeed. Except that you may be one now without realizing it.
I am one right now. I am one right now. You know, that's my question. I think Mr. Michael is just playing to the gallery.
Yes.
You know, trying to more get some sympathy from somebody. I'm asking preparation for what? We get a railway service, right? Wherein what I was told is a lot of the engineers who, like in their late 50s and those things, a lot of them pass through there, get scholarship study, get a public works department,
yes,
and all that. And what we have done is dismantle it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So if any reparation must get is from this government that has destroyed this country. Right?
Sir. Well, that you're not going to get.
So I think we need to have some people who can really think.
Anyway, when Sister P gets her mandate, you know.
So what is Sister P's mandate, sir? That's my question. What is Sister P's mandate?
I'm not sure, sir.
Because she has been there for 18 years.
For 18 years.
18 years.
As a member of the
government. And then who has been there with her since that time? Robert Pickersgill. She has been there for 18 years now.
Yes.
Who has been there with her? Who are going to run again this time around? Robert Pickersgill. Harry Douglas.
Yes.
Dean Peart. Michael Peart.
They have been there for that long.
They all have been there for that long. And then this comical man who I admire him a whole lot, but not as a Roger Clark. Everybody must get too much term, and she get only 1 year. She needs a woman there, so.
Yes, but I tell you something. She ought to have used the 1 year to show us what she would do.
What she would do.
If given 5 years.
Yes.
Now, has she done that?
No. Yes, she has done it.
She has done it?
Yes. What she has done.
But it's not impressive.
It's not impressive because what she has done, she has continued the legacy of the most. Could you pronounce it for me? I cannot speak like the egregious one. Could you pronounce the most honorable?
The most honorable.
Okay. P.J. Patterson. Yeah. So she has done it. She has shown what she can do within 1 year. It's just continuity. Continuity.
Well, I think that she has more effectively shown what she can't do in 1 year. Don't you think so?
Yes, I agree.
I think she has very effectively shown in 1 year what she can't do.
Yeah, well, trust me. It's sad to say that this country has seen it gone from bad to worse. I don't know where it's at this stage.
Hold on just a moment for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
Free Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit
or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal?
Them have the whole island covered.
And with
the best customer service 24/7. They make me feel like I am number one.
Paul, me never did tell you about the Super Value specials at Wendy's.
No, Oliver, but
you know them have 3 different meals for only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, and the 5-piece chicken nuggets, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious like everything at Wendy's, and each only $195, including GCT.
Sounds like good value.
The best value in town. It's Wendy's high quality at low price.
The Super Value specials at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
You know, Mr. Perkins, one problem I'm having is that any day we can step out of this diehard mode, the mode we're in because I'm a born PNP or a born JLP or a born what's it? NEP. That's the time this country will go in.
Yes.
If we don't step away from that, because when and the issue of being a woman time or a male time, I think we can realize that it is Jamaica's time.
Well, you know, so we talk about slavery. Anybody who is a born PNP or a born laborite is something of a slave. And I tell you something even worse. I heard a lady one day telling Mr. Cliff Hughes, she was in Westmoreland.
Okay.
Yes. That Mr. Manley made it possible for her to get a house. And therefore she could never vote other than for the PNP.
But I think once that she got a bed too. I remember once in one long time where she got a bed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the point is this, that she was bought, body and soul, for the price of a bed, of a house. Right?
I don't want to go and to give me a house.
Yes, she was not
housing trust.
She's not a free person.
I earn my own money and buy my own house.
Yes.
The housing trust, yes, can be for the poor. So the poor, the real people are down there.
Yes.
Right, help them. Right. But don't take my money and for me to get it.
But I tell you something, sir. The object of governmental policy in Jamaica, or one of the main ones, should have been to create opportunity for full employment.
That's it.
Right? And if they had done that, people would have been able to buy their houses.
Right.
Right?
Right. Because how those people who own houses during the 60s coming down, where was the housing trust?
Absolutely.
There was none. There was absolutely none.
And there's a scandalous element to the housing trust, because what they're doing, and have been doing all these years, is forcing people to pay money into the housing trust, to make contributions to the housing trust, right? And some of those people, when the time comes, when houses are built, and they go and apply for one,
they tell
them, no, you can't pay. You're not making enough money to get one of these houses.
They take my money.
But the money, their money, is used to build that house, which is then going to be available to somebody better off than themselves. Right?
Just like inner city projects.
Yes.
There are people there who haven't paid a cent from closing trust, and they get a house.
Yes.
Right? So, I really trying to understand what is all this thing about, and everything down the line, but I'm having real difficulty seeing through this whole thing.
Yes.
It's like some people have all the luck and some have none.
Yes, indeed.
Right? But I don't know. I think Jamaicans need to start to think and vote on the issues. Forget about I'm loyal to that person, a woman time, a man time, whatever. Let it be Jamaica's time. Let it be our children's time.
Yes.
Our grandchildren. Because, I mean, you think of it, how much billion is owed to the child that was born a while ago? Whole money already.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Right? And then when you have to pay so much debt and they tell us that you can't afford free education. I read the article with this lady on Sunday,
yes.
Waldron, and what the man copper resentment, as some of us would
yes.
say, for her for saying that, right? For no
self-respecting country.
Right.
Well, this obviously is not a self-respecting country.
It's not.
Yes.
It's not. When they have generally people, all these, and they're saying that, I remember I'd gone to high school up to 1981, right? And my education was free, right? And I have a smaller sister who went to high school right up to 1986, and her education was free.
Yes.
Right. The only thing we paid for, and she had gone to one of those better private schools, public schools, and the only thing we paid was for her lunch.
Yes.
Nothing more. Right up, I remember university people were made to pay sometimes in the 80s, and I see nothing wrong with that. I tell people, if a person can function, learn to read properly by age 12, they can be anything they want to be.
Yes.
That's my personal view. So let's give a child a good secondary education. Let's say we can afford that right now.
Yes.
Give that child a good secondary education. Give them student loan, or find something, because student loans are 11% now. That's too expensive. Let them get their student loan and go the post-secondary.
But in Barbados they go beyond that. So
no, but let's say we can't afford it at this stage, sir. Barbados goes beyond that. But let's say we can't afford it at this stage. Let's say we're going to start somewhere. Start at the secondary level. Give that child a good secondary education. Help the child with every child can learn. That's my personal view.
Yes.
It's not, and I can tell from my own experience when I have learning problems, right? The matter people can spell is not a matter of learning, right? I have a son that has 7 distinctions, and my son can hardly spell a word.
Well, I tell you something, sir. That is one of the things. I don't want to be discouraging to the youngsters who are distinguishing themselves as spellers, right? But spelling the word is not, it is of some significance.
It's important, but some people have difficulty spelling words.
But spelling the word is not what is important, you know. It is being able to use the language.
Use the language.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That there are some people you'll meet who will have learning disabilities. Don't put them out and say that person can't learn.
Yes.
Take them in, spend time with them, right? Help them along the way, and they'll do, because when you ask my son how do you do this, I learn how to write around it.
I think it was John Keats who was a notorious misspeller. You know, one of the greatest poets of the English language. And I don't think he was a great speller.
Yeah. Right? So it says that it's not just take the ones that are excelling. Look for the ones that will fall by the wayside.
Yes.
Early stimulation.
It's being able to use the language to say something.
No, man. We don't want that, man. We want part of it. We want the professor. The dancehall professor? Yeah, so we could use the dancehall professor thing where what happens, she can speak the language, right?
Yes.
So is that when she forced patois on the masses, so them can excel.
Yes.
Right? When she forced patois onto the masses and said, teach them, how are you going to teach me something that is natural to me? Teach me to use the English language.
Yes.
Right? Because when they pick up something, it is not written in patois.
Yes.
The package, I can put it in patois and export it and see if they will accept it.
Yes, sir, but we're not thinking, eh?
No, I would like to answer that question.
Part of the problem is that those of us who get our heads a little above the water, you see, we don't want to help the ones who are.
Okay.
We want to distinguish ourselves from them.
Okay, so we can use the word the most honorable and egregious
and we
and all
can
those
speak, in all over the world, people are distinguished by the language they speak. The English by their English, the French by their French, the Italians by their Italian, and the Jamaican, of course, by his patois, right? And it made me wonder what language, what country that man belonged to. What was he, a Jamaican or?
No, but
certainly didn't sound like a Jamaican.
A lot of us tend to talk about the development of China. The Chinese have various dialects and like Cantonese, all those languages.
Yes.
But they have developed a language that they call the Chinese language.
Yes.
And it's everybody in China learns the Chinese language.
Right. There you are.
And so that everybody speaks one language and they understand it.
All right, sir.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Yes.
This is just a late email. Dear Mr. Perkins, the machines at the Customs Motor Vehicles Unit are down. That means that all entries sent on the internet last night, etc., can't be processed. If this continues, it means that although we have checks to pay import duty, etc., the import entries will get to the officers for them to pass the entries late. This is unfair to the importers who are standing by to pay. We will have to get the entries reworked at the new rate tomorrow and relodged. There'll be more duty.
Oh, there's a new rate tomorrow, coming into being tomorrow?
Well, today is the end of the month, you see. And maybe that's why there's a rush. But they tell them that the machines are down. I believe it's the 0.5% environmental rate. I don't know. There is some new...
Yes, it's a 0.5% now. But I thought it was already in force. Anyway, thank you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Sir Perkins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Just calling you about that flooding in Montego Bay yesterday.
Oh,
You must
yes.
have heard it on the news.
Yes, of course. Saw it on the television.
Oh, you saw it on the television?
Oh, God, yes.
Well, I tell you something. I am a little bit fearful.
You live in Montego Bay?
I live a few miles from Montego Bay. I went to pick up a friend at the airport.
Yes.
And I was at the airport roundabout from 5 o'clock, and I got to Westgate at 8 o'clock last night.
I beg your pardon?
I'm dead serious, Mr. Perkins. But the problem I have... No, don't laugh. The problem I have, is when I hear Mr. Shaw talking this morning about that drain in Montego Bay. You hearing me?
Yes.
He says the drains and the cleaning up drains were not a problem.
That is Mr. Shaw of the
That's from the NWA.
National Works Agency.
Right. And I'm wondering if Mr. Shaw understand what is happening there, or is he just blinding his whole mind and heart to everything that is happening? When I look at the high level road, sir, that road going up on the top there, there's a puddle of water up there where no vehicle could pass except big trucks.
On the high
caused
level,
the traffic.
On the high level road?
Yes, a big pool right in front of the hotel. And that has been there for years now.
Yes.
And all they need to do is to spend some money to cut that drain and get it down to the bottom so the water can run off. There's another puddle of water down up at Cornwall there, beside Cornwall School there. And that has been there for years. And all they have to do again is to cut a drain going down the hill, spend some money, get the water down into that drain down the bottom there. They have a problem with the drain down the bottom, yes, because when it rains, that drain is not able to carry the water. But I am saying that something can be done to that drain at the bottom too, so that it can carry the water. Because either they want to raise the level of the drain at the existing drain that is there, Or they can put a pump, some sort down the bottom to pump off the water when it comes down to time when the water is coming in a heavy flow. Then they could pump it out to sea quickly so as to order to avoid the flooding.
Yes.
All down the Ken Douglas gas station there, down the bottom in Parade there, the whole place was flooded.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, this is a joke thing. Even that new road where they built out the airport there, even out there was flooding. So I'm wondering what is really happening and what Mr. Shah is saying.
Yes, indeed.
Because what happened, so when
all right, sir. Would you like to hold on? It's going to be a longish break. Okay? We'll
hear this. Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forres. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to low-level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Friday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly over northern and southwestern areas. Saturday and Sunday will also be cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Figures just released by the Ministry of Finance show that the fiscal deficit for the first month of the 2007-2008 fiscal year was just over $3 billion. This is approximately $1.8 billion better than the amount budgeted. Total revenues for the month was approximately $15.3 billion, $200 million below forecast. However, recurrent expenditure amounted to $18.8 billion, $1.5 billion better than the amount budgeted. On the revenue side, collections of PAYE were on target, while the collection of GCT on both local and imported goods were on track. However, special consumption tax slumped to $828 million, or $604 below the amount targeted. The U.S. economy grew by 0.6% during the first quarter of this year. This has been the slowest pace in more than 4 years, and less than the government's prior estimate. This was due to businesses selling off inventories and Americans importing more foreign goods. While for the first 3 months of this year, the Indian economy grew by an average rate of 9.1%. This was driven by strong manufacturing and service sectors. The manufacturing and service sectors both recorded growth rates of 12.4% in the first quarter. Amid light demand for U.S. dollars and moderate supplies, the Jamaica dollar slipped by 1 cent. The dollar closed trading today at an average of $68.21 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. All three stock market indices recorded marginal gains today. A total of 26 stocks traded, of which 9 advanced, 9 declined, and 8 stocks traded firm. The total volume was 2.4 million units. Scotia Group was the volume leader with 1.1 million units traded. This was followed by the Gleaner Company and Montego Freeport. The day's winners were the Gleaner Company, up 8.1% to close at $1.60. BNS preference shares rose by 3.7% to close at $1.68, while Capital and Credit rallied up by 2.6% to close at $9.80. The day's main decliners were Cable and Wireless, slipping by 6.1% to trade at 92 cents. Montego Freeport was down 5.8% to close at $1.60, while Hardware and Lumber lost 4.5% to close at $15.85. The JSC index inched up by 90.61 points to close trading at 90,057.72 points. Our advice comes to you today from the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Let's look at a disciplined approach to savings and investments. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a savings and investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving. You'll never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there's a greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your salary can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and another account for your future investment needs. At the GSB Cooperative Credit Union, you'll be assisted to save and invest wisely. They encourage salary deductions to your account with no hassle to you. For further information, contact the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited at 922-196024 or email them at ccentre@gsbcu.com or visit any one of their branches at 20 Dominica Drive, New Kingston, or 10 East Avenue in Kingston Gardens. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need further information, call us at 978-6262 or 927-7392 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may log on to our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's Unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car, GSB Shelter for a home, Pay One to consolidate your debt, easy access and more, all paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was saying, sir, that they need to do something about this water that is on the road there. And I'm sure that there's something can be done to that drain.
But let me ask you something.
Looking at Merck.
The water I saw on...
Hello?
Yes. From what I saw on the television pictures, that water was quite deep.
It's quite deep, Mr. Perkins, and a lot of water on the road. And what I'm saying, looking at Merca and looking at those wetlands that they have,
yes.
And from time to time they fill them up and build houses around, and they're not flooding out. So why don't we do something about the drain? Of course we can do something about the drain to stop it from flooding over into people's place.
Yes.
And all those roads. You know why we had a traffic jam yesterday? Because the vehicle could not come down on the high level road coming from Airport Way. So all them had to be turning down, going down to Albion Road, going all the way up to Mount Salem. And so they had a bottleneck of traffic on the bottom road, up at Westgate, all along every street, every area in Montego Bay was blocked. I mean, this is hours, you know, sir. Hours upon hours. We couldn't leave Mumbai until 9:30. I was at Westgate roundabout and going over to the plaza. It took me an hour from the roundabout to go into the plaza.
You know what is the problem with you people down there? You're not paying your taxes. So the government hasn't got the money to use to fix that.
No, I wouldn't say that, you know, sir. I wouldn't say we're not paying the taxes. I think the money is channeling other areas that are not benefiting to the people. Like that elephant, that elephant you have out Trelawney.
You really think so?
Of course, I think so.
That the government is taking your money and channeling it in directions that are not benefit and leave you to suffer like that?
That is my feelings, and I'm telling you the honest truth. I believe
absolutely
that way.
Terrible.
Because that money that bill that place over there in Trelawney could have done a lot of things for us here.
You mean the cow pasture?
Well, I'm planning to get I'm going to have to get 2 deer to put out there soon. Because even that guy from the Trelawney Cricket Council there, he's making a big hell over it, and he can't do anything because nobody can run it, you know, sir, because $2 million a month to maintain the place alone. What are you going to do there to make that kind of money?
I wonder if $2 million a month wouldn't solve the problem down there in Montego Bay.
Definitely,
the drainage problem.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. So they need to, the people who are in charge need to look at these things. We can't continue living in this. We can't do that. If you see, even the bottom road has a lot of water on the bottom road. And the sea is right there. Why can't the drains be clean and get into proper thing? You know what is happening right now, Mr. Perkins? Tropical storm Barbara weakens off Mexico. You heard about it?
No, if it's off the coast of Mexico.
Yes,
we have not to worry about it.
Yeah, but listen, what would happen if we hear what the Hurricane Center is saying to the people who live near there?
If we start hearing something like that?
No, they are saying that it could dump inches of rain into Mexico and Guatemala.
Yes.
But what I'm saying, suppose they had said that about Montego Bay again today.
Well, you'd be having the jitters right now.
No, man, I think the government need to look seriously at the problems that they are having there, and they need to do something about it. There's another thing to say. I think that
hold on just a moment.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15.
The following is a public service announcement from Power 106 FM. We wish to advise that the outside broadcast of Perkins Online from the Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, has been postponed until next Friday, June 8. The preceding was a public service announcement from Power 106 FM.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Yes, you're saying?
Yes, I was just calling. I want to say that the Jamaican people, sir, are, especially those people in Mobile last night that got stranded there, are a loving set of people and united when it comes to when we have disasters.
Yes.
Because last night I didn't recognize we have so many police in this country.
Yes.
Everybody was policing to get the traffic moving,
Oh,
and I
good.
think that was a good gesture.
Excellent.
And
I'm sure they love Sister P too.
Well, I'm not sure about that, sir,
And
because
that
I mean,
when she
they're
gets her
recognizing that they're having problems now.
When she gets her new mandate, everything will be all right.
But Mr. Perkins,
Yes, sir.
don't worry about the mandates, and I'm not so sure about that one yet. But I have a feeling, I'm going to throw it a little one to you.
Uh-huh.
You know, I have a feeling that the police are tired.
Tired.
The entire police force is tired, you know, sir.
Would you be surprised?
No, I think they are tired. I think they are
I mean, if
overworked.
they're, if they're working the kind of hours that we hear they're working, right? If they are up against an almost impossible task,
Impossible, sir.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Wouldn't you?
I believe it.
I would expect that they're not only tired, but they're probably depressed as well.
Definitely. Because
Eh?
last night when I look, it was way after 8 o'clock when the two police start to roll out in some car. I think the police are tired, and if you want to make sure that they are tired, believe me, sir, try calling 119.
Yes. What happens?
When you call 119, it takes you a good while before they answer. If they
I've
answer,
noticed that. Yes.
Well,
I've noticed
I'm
that.
only telling you. But we need something to be done about those things in Mobile. Mr. Shah must stop talking foolishness. Because if it was days when we had public works out there and all that, by now we'd have those places fixed up.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand what is happening, sir. And I know better can be done. We can't continue living with this kind of thing in Montego Bay.
Well.
In the mornings from Reading to go in, even this morning it take an hour to go up to Westgate again. The traffic is just jam up two sides. I just not understanding what is happening. And then even on the Bogue Road, there's a lot of potholes there. And the end of Mr. Shaw talking, you know what is happening sometimes when the traffic slow down? They are slowing down to go through the potholes.
Yes.
That is holding up the traffic.
Yes.
Vehicles can't drive.
Uh-huh.
I think they need to take a serious look at what.
Well, I tell you something, sir. Things are in a pretty serious situation. Because with an election coming up, right? With the fifth term being so important to the government, one should have thought that if there was any option at all, that they would have been able to see to things like this. But what is happening is that they're broke and they can't raise the money to do it.
I know they have a money problem, sir.
They have a serious money problem.
I know that, but they have not challenged the money that they had in the right directions, and that's where the
Well, that is true too. That is true. But the fact of the matter is that this country is in more trouble than we understand.
I know, Mr. Perkins,
Okay.
and you were making a joke the other day, and I took it quite serious. As a matter of fact, I've been trying to get you about 2 Fridays to tell you that you must run those jokes. Because you were telling this man from St. Anne's about everything is sold out and we soon be sold. I've told my family that already. You're talking about slaves? We are going to become slaves because we're going to have to work for these people taking over these companies. You don't recognize what is happening in Venezuela. Where Chavez is locking down television station.
Yes.
You talk about power corrupts.
And absolute power does
Mr.
so.
Perkins, I'm going to leave you.
Absolutely.
Your wooden spoon seems to be gone, but mine is just getting bigger and bigger every day. I can't even sip it now.
All right.
Have a good day.
All right. All the best to you. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes,
How are you
sir.
doing?
Good afternoon to you.
A man of your caliber with good education has traveled many foreign countries. I'd just like to ask a question, please. The question I'd like to ask, is Jamaica worse off than all the other countries that you've been to?
Is Jamaica worse off than all...
Yes, you have traveled to so many different countries. And Jamaica, I'm wondering, listening to you, is the worst country that you have lived in or you have ever been? Or
Have I said that?
No, I'm asking.
Well, Jamaica is pretty badly off.
How would you compare it with many, many other countries?
Like which ones?
Anyone you want to... Those that have first-class education, we don't have any. Those that have first-class roads, we don't have any. Those that have good social program, health care, we don't have any. We're living in the jungle?
Well, we're living in pretty bad circumstances, sir, if you ask me.
Let me ask a question. I'd like to remind you, I don't know if you know a gentleman in the Bahamas by the name of the Pooch, I think, if I call his name correctly. He's now
the what?
The Pooch. He was the owner of the Tribune in Nassau, Bahamas. You must have heard of him.
No.
Oh, that was a very brilliant journalist. He was so fed up with his country when Mr. Lyndon Pinlin took over the reins of government. He left his mansion in the Nassau and went to live in Florida in a hotel. Because every single thing was bad in Nassau. I'll say to you, Mr. Perkins, Jamaica...
Probably you should have come to Jamaica.
Well, you could suggest it to him because you should have known him. Anyhow, listener.
Yes.
Whether Sister P or Brother Bruce win the election, Jamaica will be here, a beautiful country, loving people. We will never solve all of our problems, and all of us will have to work together to bring about the good. Tearing down the country does not help, Mr.
Who's tearing down the country, sir?
Could I make a suggestion to you, please?
Who you think is tearing down the country? First of all, do you think the country is being torn down?
You're asking me if it's being torn down?
Yes.
I'm saying, let us be builders.
Yes. But I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. Is the country being torn down?
I would not say so, Mr. Perkins. Even your house, my house, we have problems. I can never have a perfect home. We will never have a perfect country. We are all human beings.
Yes.
Different aspirations.
But I tell you something,
yes,
sir.
Yes, sir, I'm listening.
I tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we will never have a perfect country. Right. Maybe there will be problems.
Yes.
But the nature of the problems that we have are frightening.
I don't think so. We make them frightening.
What?
When we have flood.
You mean when you
have flood in
hold on a little bit.
When we have rain.
Hold on a minute now. When you have a hurricane season coming up.
Yes.
And you have a minister telling you this morning that the Prime Minister will shortly be having a meeting to discuss the problem of emergency preparedness, hurricane preparedness, right?
So what is wrong with that?
What is wrong with that?
What about Katrina?
With the hurricane?
Mr. Perkins,
hold on.
Have you heard about the
hold on now.
hurricane in
hold
the
on
United
a minute now.
States?
Hold on a minute. The hurricane season begins tomorrow. And the Prime Minister is now shortly to have a meeting. And they're about to give out contracts to get drain cleaning done and all this kind of thing.
I will be calling a meeting because the hurricane season is coming, Mr. Perkins. I'll be calling my family together to have a meeting. What is wrong with that? Mr. Perkins.
I should have thought, sir, that that meeting would have been held long ago.
Councillors and ministers are responsible for the various divisions.
Yes,
why is a particular person you're putting the blame on?
The Prime Minister is the head of the government, sir. I should have hoped that meeting would have been held some time ago. That the contracts would have been given out, and that the drain cleaning and preparation for the heavy rains and the hurricanes would have been far advanced.
Home, Mr. Perkins. I'm calling a meeting of my family because the hurricane season is coming.
You know what you remind me of, sir?
I know you would have something to say. Go ahead.
A lady from the Ministry of Health, who some journalist was asking her about the cockroaches and flies in the Kingston Public Hospital's operating theatre.
Yeah.
And she asked her whether she didn't have cockroaches in her house too.
Mr. Perkins, when you want to get away from a point, you laugh.
Oh.
I'm asking, listen.
Yes.
You are educated in Jamaica?
To the extent that I was educated,
you received
yes.
your education, any part of it in Jamaica?
What?
You're not, Mr. Perkins. You benefited from the education system that we have in Jamaica? That's the question I'm asking.
Oh, yes, I have. No. Hold on a minute. I have benefited from the education system that we had in Jamaica.
Okay. Mr. Perkins.
Okay? Not from the one that we have now.
Have you ever been to the community college, the art training centers, the number of training centers we have in Jamaica to see the young people?
But what is the quality of the education that the children leave them with?
Mr. Perkins, let me tell you.
We
make choices. And let me tell you, a lot of opportunities in Jamaica for education. And that is why we have people coming from U.S.
But we
make choices.
We have people coming from the U.S. to do what?
Coming to school here, Mr. Perkins, you don't know of it. Because
Are you
it's
serious?
the worst thing on earth.
I don't know of it.
Mr. Perkins, you know about Northern Caribbean University?
I've heard of it.
You live in Jamaica and you only heard of it?
Yes.
Why not go up there and do a broadcast?
What am I doing a broadcast there for?
So, listen now, if you don't socialize and know what is happening in the country, you can only stay on the radio and make speculations, which are also wrong, Mr. Perkins. Could I make life better for some of us?
I'm not hearing you.
Could I make a suggestion to you so that life would be better for many people in Jamaica?
Go ahead,
The
right.
other day I saw on the television where they have some children in children home. Mr. Perkins, wouldn't you mind adopting even 6 of them? You laugh again, Mr. Perkins?
You want me to adopt 6 children?
If you can afford, do more.
No,
in other words,
I can't.
Do you mean what it means?
I can't afford it, sir.
You can't afford it?
No.
I don't.
Anyway, I have to go now.
I know you have to. Mr. Perkins.
I'm out of time. I have to go. Thank you very much. It was lovely hearing from you. And you must call again. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power.